We'll go ahead and get started this morning. Good morning to everyone. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Baines. Councilmember Brandow. Councilmember Bredefeld. Councilmember Capriolio. I'm here. Councilmember Chavez.
Here.
Vice President Soria.
Here.
And President Olivier.
We have a quorum, so we'll go ahead and get started. I do understand that this morning President Olivier will be in a little later. He did get injured himself last night, but I think he will be okay. So we'll see him later this morning. Next is the invocation by Father Joaquin Soria Arriaga of Our Lady of Mountain Carmel Church. Father Arriaga, would you please come forward? And would everyone please stand and then remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance?
Thank you, Council, for allowing me to invite everybody to invoke the Holy Spirit and be respectful to this moment in which we, as a nation, we all know that are under accountability to our consciousness and to our constituencies as public servants, that nobody is above the law, but yet all laws are supposed to serve people. So both sides of this scenario in which we are expecting a final word from Washington, D.C., with the accountability of our first public servant, President of the United States, is being evaluated. So we ask the Holy Spirit to help us to do the right thing when we make decisions to people for whom we were called to serve. Oh God, today we all in America need the aid of your most Holy Spirit. Help our public servants, especially the council members of the city of Fresno, to receive your light and strength, to make wise decisions, to serve people whom we are supposed to serve, and all as members of a nation of law and a nation of immigrants. Help us never to forget that we are both law-abiding people and a nation of immigrants. And please help us never to emphasize one aspect and dismiss the other. Also help us, Lord, to be sure that we respect everybody, but with special attention with the poor and the needy and the more neglected. Help us to do our best we can to serve people and to respect the law. We ask this, O God, in the name of your Son, Jesus Christ, in the Holy Spirit. Amen. In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Thank you. And even though I'm familiar with the agenda, you dismiss me if I have to leave because I have a funeral to attend. But I pray for you through the whole day, okay? Thank you.
So now we'll move on to the agenda. Are there any changes to the agenda, Madam Clerk?
The only change that we have is we'd like to delay the approval of the minutes till later in the meeting. We're waiting on some information.
Perfect. So we'll be delaying the minutes for later in the agenda. Is there a specific time or?
We're checking on something right now, so as soon as we have that documented, we can bring it forward whenever it works in for you.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Motion to approve the agenda.
Is there a second? Second. So we have a motion and a second. Any opposition? Oh, second, Gary. Okay. Seems like there's no opposition, so passes unanimously. And then now we have our ceremonial presentations. We'll go with Councilmember Chavez. We have the SPCA Pet of the Month.
All right, I get to do the SPCA Pet of the Month this week, And I spoke earlier with Talia with SPCA. Thank you for the work you guys are doing there. I want to also take this opportunity to encourage everybody to spay and neuter their pets out there. But this is Bernard, no relation to Bernie Sanders. He's a bipartisan dog, and he's looking for a forever home, right? So Talia, let's give a couple words about our little pet of the month.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. So this is Bernard. He's a little over 2 months, going on 3. He came to us not long ago, but he was a returned adoption. So probably a puppy was too much for them, so then they had to return the puppy back to us. So now we're looking again for a home for this little guy. He's already neutered, microchipped, vaccinated, has all his services ready for a home. If you have any pets, we are going to have a low-cost microchip clinic starting on the 16th of this month, and we always start that right before 4th of July. 4th of July is one of those days of the year that we get the most dogs coming in to the shelter, most animals. So we highly encourage people to put an ID on their pet, and then if you have a microchips are super efficient in case your pet goes missing. So every starting the 16th, every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday for the next 4 weeks, we will be microchipping dogs for only $16, regular price $25. So we really appreciate if you can come on down and microchip your pets.
All right, thank you, sis. So once again, Bernard needs a forever home. I see a lot of people in the audience look at him like they want to take him home. So if anybody's interested, give our folks at SPCA a call. Thank you, Talia. President Soria.
Thank you, Councilmember Chavez. Now we will move on to Councilmember reports and comments. Are there any? Oh, sorry. Yes, I did miss. Sorry. Now we have actually the mayor's office. Mayor Brandt, would you come forward? He will be recognizing and commend the 140th anniversary of the Fresno Fire Department.
Good morning. I have Congressman Costa's office. I forgot your name. Okay, Sandra Garcia, so she'll follow me. So we're recognizing, come up, Fresno Fire Department. Come on up, Chief. 140 years. This goes back to 1877, before my time. It was the old, you look at skeptical there, Steve. And back then it was a hook and ladder company, and all I can say is we've come a long way to have this great department we have in Fresno today, that brave men and women during my time when there was times of stress and minimum staffing, the brave men and women of the fire department always came through. So I'm always in awe of what you've done, and it's a great pleasure that follow me, I present this proclamation, and after you do yours, we'll have our city clerk read the proclamation. Here you go, Carrie.
Good morning. Good morning, Vice President, Councilwoman, and council members. Good morning, and everyone here. On behalf of Congressman Jim Costa, I would like to present you with a congressional record that will be read on the Congress floor. And he unfortunately is not here because he is in D.C., but he would like to present this to you. And congratulations.
City Clerk, would you read the proclamation?
Whereas in 1877, the Fresno Fire Department was established as an all-volunteer department known as the Hook and Ladder Company. Having raised $500 in silver to purchase ladders, buckets, ropes, axes, and a wagon to house the firefighting equipment. In 1902, the Fresno Fire Department became a paid fire department with a paid full-time fire chief and 12 firefighters. And whereas in 1914, the Fresno Fire Department experienced its first tragedy known as a line of duty death, and have since that time suffered 7 line of duty deaths of men who will long be remembered for their extraordinary bravery while protecting their neighbors and the community members. And whereas in 1953, the Fresno Fire Department was given a Class 1 rating by the National Board of Fire Underwriters, today known as Insurance Services Office, ISO, which sets insurance rates for commercial and residential property. And whereas in 1976, the Fresno Fire Department ran 11,100 calls for service and implemented paramedic units for improved medical responses lasting almost 20 years before the program was eliminated. And whereas today, the Fresno Fire Department runs over 44,000 calls per year through 24 fire stations located throughout the city of Fresno, including North Central Fire Protection District, Fig Garden Fire Protection District, Fresno Yosemite International Airport, and the Fresno County Island situated within the boundaries of the Fresno city limits, providing emergency responses to the community. And whereas today the Fresno Fire Department is a large professional metropolitan fire department consisting of 312 fire suppression members and 46 civilian personnel providing fire protection and emergency service for the city of Fresno, consisting of 112 square miles in and around the Fresno community on an annual budget of $67.6 million. And whereas today the Fresno Fire Department has significantly invested in its training division with the addition of personnel and equipment. In 2016, the training division delivered 63,354 hours of training throughout the year, 13,000 hours of which was invested in 2 recruit academies, resulting in a graduation of 33 new firefighters and a substantial growth into the Fresno fire ranks. And now, therefore, I, Lee Brand, do hereby recognize the Fresno Fire Department and commend the efforts in fulfilling its mission to protect and put services above all else as it pursues achieving its vision of becoming a standard excellence in the fire service.
Thank you. Let's give him a hand. Keith?
Thank you. Just real briefly, and then we're going to close this up with a little video we had prepared of 140 years of history. I wanted to thank you and thank the mayor for recognizing the 140 years of service in this fire department, serving the citizens of this community. You have great men and women today and through the years. With that, we want to recognize and just acknowledge and give each one of you, and the mayor first, one of these pictures, and we'll make sure to get one to each one of the council members for a prominent place in your office, we hope. And I also want to take just an extra minute. That picture on there is a little bit of a legacy, kind of a nod to the legacy of one of the legacies of Bruce Rudd. And he has a little different picture in his office, a little bit bigger. But I want to recognize him. I will miss his passing of the baton. I will be gone. So I want to take this opportunity in a public forum to recognize him for his service to this community, and particularly for lifting up this department in some difficult times. And so with that, I want to give him a little something, something. So he gets a Chiefs helmet. Yeah, mess up the hair. But in addition to this, we gave Renee one of these, but in addition to this, he's going to need something in Coeur d'Alene, so it'll keep him a little bit warmer. So I want to thank you, Bruce. Can you play that video for us? Thanks. And thank you, council.
Thank you, Chief Donis. Thank you for your leadership. I want to congratulate all of you on this great milestone, and of course, thank all the men and women who have been part of our department over the years. Thank you. Now we will go on to council member reports and comments. Are there any council member reports or comments? Council member reports or comments? Looks like no one is punched up. I do just have a couple of brief comments. Just wanted to let the public know that earlier this week on Tuesday, my district launched its first ever participatory budget, and we're doing meetings throughout District 1. We had our first meeting at the Starbucks on Shaw and West, and then we followed the evening meeting at the Big Red Church, where we introduced this meeting process that we will be doing, and we will allow our residents from District 1 and business owners to participate in deciding where $50,000, which is our infrastructure money that we get, where it should be spent on any projects, and we will really encourage civic engagement of also young people, so even lower than our current voting age. So we're excited about this process. Lastly, I just want to thank the Fresno Rainbow Pride Parade Committee for inviting me to be part of it. It was a very successful event. Want to thank also our police department who was out there to ensure that everything ran smoothly. They were celebrating the 27th annual parade. It did bring over 3,000 people, not only of the city of Fresno, but throughout the valley. And so it was a great turnout, and we saw a lot of families and children out there enjoying the parade. Now we'll go on to, if there's no other comments, we'll go on to the consent calendar.
Council President, we can take the minutes now if you'd like.
Okay. Well, before we do that, I'll let my council colleague Oliver Baines.
Thank you, Madam President. Really briefly, I wanted to mention to the community that the young woman that was tragically killed a couple weeks ago, Kayla Foster's memorial service will be this Saturday, beginning at 10:45 a.m. at Cornerstone Church in downtown Fresno. And I'd also like to ask that we adjourn today's meeting in her memory.
Great, thank you, council member. We will definitely adjourn in Kyla Foster's memory. Gary, did you have some comments? Great.
Yeah, I wanted to let the city clerk know June 22nd, the mayor and I will be bringing the recreational marijuana dispensary ban before the council at 4 p.m. for a timed item. So if you could note that and note that on future agendas so people know.
Thank you. Now we'll go on to Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you. Just wanted to really briefly thank our code enforcement folks, especially Dell was very helpful with a couple cleanups, working with our railway folks there in those areas. Residents are very happy, and District 5 definitely appreciates their work. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we will go on to approval of the minutes, and I know we have Councilmember Brandao that wants to make some comments.
Yes, Councilmember Soria, on last council meetings, 2 p.m. number 2 item, the minutes should read, and so I'm going to make a motion, or I made a motion then, but the minutes should read, one motion of Councilmember Brandao, seconded by Vice President Soria, that the above action item to be approved, and it should include, with the exception of condition 5C, and then the motion carried unanimously. But in the minutes, it needs to read, except for condition 5C.
Perfect. So you made a motion. Is there a second? So who was my second? Oliver. We have a second. Any opposition? Seeing none, we have 6-0. It passes 6-0. Now we will go on to consent calendar. Would any council member like to pull an item for discussion?
Yes, Council Vice President, I'd like to pull item 1F, please.
So we have 1F. Any other council member would like to pull an item? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and take a vote on the consent calendar. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Oh, before we take the vote, is there any public or anyone in the public that would like to make a comment on the consent calendar? Seeing none, we'll take it back. And is there a motion? Councilmember Capriolo, and second by Councilmember Chavez. Is there any opposition to the consent calendar? Seeing none, it passes 6-0. So we'll go ahead and take the contested item 1F at this time. Is there someone here? Oh, yeah, it's Bruce. Okay, great.
All right. Bruce, I'm open-minded. Oh, you're checking your microphone?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm open-minded about this item, but I wanted to ask a question as we were going over the staff report in my office. So it's a little bit backwards to what we normally see. So volume is up, and we're still going to raise, and there's some desire to raise the rate to entrance to the Shinzen Gardens in Woodward Park. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So, I mean, normally I could see if volume was down and for some reason the system was failing, but with volume being up, it seemed like that should take care of
So this
itself.
came from the Shinsen nonprofit, the group that actually manages and operates the garden on behalf of the city. We have a MOU, an agreement with them. And while volume is up, like a lot of other things, there's a very long list of needs for the garden, improvements that need to be addressed. And so they need the additional resources to fund those improvements. And so while volume is up, they also have a desire to increase their revenues in order to, again, fund those improvements that they anticipate having to do.
And I might have missed that section in the staff report. Are the items that they need the money for, are they listed in the staff report?
I don't believe they're listed in the staff report, but in our conversations, Christine, if you could expand on it, it comes back to, again, they are managing this on behalf of the city. And so there are, again, some capital improvements, some things that they would like to do to improve the quality and the experience, and that these additional resources would be used to help support that effort.
And I also wanted to clarify too, good morning, council members, that the primary need for additional funding too is directly related to the request to extend their hours of operation, which would require additional staff members. So they do a lot of their fundraising to help with the modifications and improvements to the garden, but the primary purpose of this particular request is to extend their hours significantly, which would require us to hire an additional 2 temporary staff members to fill those hours. So the added revenue would pay the direct costs of those additional staff members.
Okay. I mean, that's a reasonable request. I mean, they're going to increase hours, but from my understanding of the staff report, it's the bulk of the new fee or the raised fee is going to be on the elderly and students. Is that correct?
And let me turn to that page real quick. There was an increase to the categories that you do mention, and the primary is about $3 for the main category age group, and then there was also increase from $1 to $3 for the youth.
For youth?
Yes.
And then how about the elderly or the senior citizens? Seniors, I should say, are they?
There are, yes, also from $1 to $3.
And is this a time-sensitive item?
No, we can always table the item for a couple of weeks and ask the folks from Shinzen to come in and meet with you if that is helpful.
Well, what I would like to see, Bruce, is I understand. I mean, I follow what goes on in Woodward Park, so it's my understanding that they want to do some improvements
Yeah, they like to bring people in, and rather than having using dollars to pay for staff, they rather use the dollars that they are generating to make those improvements, which is why they're asking to increase the fee to cover those staff costs.
And one of the things that we have with the contractual services is try to cover those expenditures through the revenues that come through that gate fee, rather than using general fund dollars for that.
Yeah, and in a lot of ways, I understand completely. By extending hours, they need to raise money to put some staff out there. But here's what I'm going to make a motion, but I'm going to listen to my fellow council members. I could either withdraw this if people think we need to move forward, but I would almost prefer to hear a little workshop about the complete overhaul of Shinsen Gardens and make a vote at that time. So I'm going to make a motion that we continue this item until we can have a little 15 or 20-minute workshop about Shinsen Gardens and hear their complete vision out there.
Okay, great. So we have a motion and a second. Councilmember Chavez.
So just, I won't belabor the point, but what I would also like to do as part of that conversation is, and I don't see it in the fee structure. I've personally gone out there and with a camera, and I was told by the entrance person that they charge $75 per entrance if you're going to take pictures inside. That's not reflected in here. Is there a reason for that?
That is a fee that we do not manage.
Okay, so that's so they're charging a fee that we're not aware of.
There are fees that the council took action. I don't recall the year that the special event fees are now under the management of the board of Shinsen, and primarily with commercial photography is where they have that fee, where somebody is benefiting from the garden as far as their commercial
Okay, well that's a great
endeavors.
topic for the workshop that Councilmember Brandau is mentioning. And then also, I know that a couple of years ago there was conversations about a restaurant possibly opening up either right next to the location or within the garden. Did the city negotiate that, or was that done through the nonprofit?
So we were actually looking at where our existing maintenance yard is. The challenge for us right now is we'll have to seek a waiver from the state because there are grants that we received in the past that pretty much limited the park to just simply that of a natural habitat, sanctuary, or whatever we want to call it. So to put a commercial venue in that park would require the state's approval.
Okay, thank you. So I'm looking forward to that workshop Councilmember Brandau requested.
Thank you. Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yeah, I appreciate you pulling this, Councilmember Brandau, because it is an important issue. I would like to see some more breakdown of exactly what the operating expenses are. This is a fee that Councilmember Chavez talked about that I'm not aware of. It sounds fairly exorbitant, $75 to have a camera in there and take pictures.
Again, it's commercial photography.
I'm sorry?
Commercial photography, not just somebody with a camera.
Was that what they shared with you?
Just myself with a camera. It wasn't for commercial purposes
We
or
can
anything.
clarify that and maybe a training for our staff members that are out there.
Yeah, so we need to have that clarified, and I think we need to have all of this broken down a little bit more clearly for the council. I mean, there is a new fee here. It says students with a valid school ID card. It's a new fee for $3. Is that correct?
I believe it's clarifying language from our previous fee schedule. We
So-
always had a student fee, but I think it was lumped together, so we separated it with some of the fee adjustments in the other age categories, is my understanding.
So it's a little unclear to me. I see it says over 14 years, $5, and then students with a valid school ID, new $3. So, yeah, the workshop, I think, will be very helpful to clarify all of this.
And we can certainly schedule that workshop. It would be helpful because, again, at one time, well, to some extent, it still is a city asset, and it was the general fund having to write the check to help support this nonprofit. And during the downtime, we worked very hard to try to get nonprofits to step up and absorb the cost of a number of things, such as the garden. We spent probably $25,000  4 or 5 years ago on just replacing and upgrading the irrigation system because it was been duct taped and bandaged together over a number of years. And in order for the garden to be willing to take on that liability, they had to have the ability to also generate revenue to support that effort. So for example, we used to manage the weddings that were being held in the garden. At the same time, the garden was going through a significant state of disrepair. So we made the commitment that we would fix the irrigation system, we would enter into this agreement, and they would manage this facility. So it was being managed by the private sector. And in the private sector, there are costs associated with operating such an asset like the garden. And so they charge fees for weddings and other things in order to reinvest those revenues back into into the garden. So we're more than happy to have a workshop. I think it'd be helpful for a lot of council members to understand that relationship. It is unique because they do generate revenue, unlike some of our other nonprofits where we have $1-a-year leases, and we continue to also subsidize those nonprofits in addition to that $1 a year. This is one of those models that we had to look at in order to reduce the ongoing costs associated with maintaining these assets that were being funded out of the general fund. And it's just simply one of those cost-saving efforts that we undertook, just like we did when we had and still do have community-based organizations operating some of our community centers. So we'll schedule that probably within the next 3 weeks if that would work for the council.
Great, thank you, Bruce. So it looks like we have a motion and a second. Is there any opposition to bringing it back with the workshop? Seeing no opposition, it passes 6-0. Next, we will go on to general administration, it looks like, because our first timed item is not till 9:50. So item 3A.
Thank you, Council Vice President, City Council. This agenda item is a request to approve change order number 9 for the Southeast Surface Water Treatment Facility, lump sum amount of $543,385. This is a companion change order. We had previously come to council to get a project awarded for the Northeast Surface Water Treatment Plant so we could add calcium hydroxide feed system at that facility to improve our water quality in the distribution system. We're making that change now at the Southeast Surface Water Treatment Plant while it's under construction, and so this change order is so that we can have both plants when we start up operation a year from now. Both plants will be operating with calcium hydroxide as the chemical for pH adjustment, alkalinity, and calcium addition. We're available for any questions. Oh, and this has been reviewed, went through the Capital Oversight Board. We presented this to them on Monday, and they approved the change order moving forward to the City Council.
Motion to approve.
Thank you, Tommy. So we have a motion and a second, and I will take it out to the public. So is there any member of the public who would like to speak on this item? Seeing none, we do have a motion by Councilmember Caprillo and a second by Councilmember Chavez. Is there any opposition to this motion? Seeing none, it passes 5-0. Thank you. Next, we'll go to item 3B, is a resolution, a 58th amendment to the annual appropriation resolution number 2016-118 to appropriate a total of $4,366,000 in general fund for the payment of claims and refunds in the Workers' Compensation Fund. Jeff.
Morning, Council. Jeff Cardell, Director of Personnel Services. And this is an item that's being brought to you so that we can ensure we have sufficient funds, both in the Workers' Compensation Fund and the Liability Self-Insurance Fund, to pay for claims. The reason for the additional funds in the Workers' Compensation Fund is that we continue to have a large number of claims that remain open and require future medical care. And so we need to have sufficient resources to pay for that. And as you know, with our liability fund, we've had a number of claims that have required us to go into our contingency fund this year, and we need to replenish that for this ensuing year. be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. First, we'll go out to the public. Would any member of the public like to speak on this item? Okay, we'll bring it back to the dais. First, we have up Councilmember Brandow. Any council member? Luis, Councilmember Chavez?
I just had a quick question. I know that we're allocating these resources for claims that we've had. What direction are we moving in? I know that and it's always depending on negotiations with each bargaining unit, but I know that our costs for employee benefits have been increasing progressively. And so I had a question with regards to a model that I know we use with our fire department, where we actually go up. There's a company, I believe a provider, that goes out and does health assessments on employees. Is that something that you think we will be expanding in the foreseeable future for other employee groups?
To the extent that resources allow, yes, it would be something that would be worth exploring. Sure.
Okay. And the reason I ask that is because I know that would be an opportunity to gain some cost savings, right? If we were monitoring our employees, making sure they're healthy, that they're not injured, that cuts down our costs. And I know that we started doing that with our fire department because of the nature of their job description. But it would also be worthwhile exploring other bargaining units, because I think that's going to be, I feel, the next phase of healthcare and really creating efficiencies within our cost as a city. So I'll chat with you offline a little bit about that later time. Thank you.
Just one comment, if I may, in regard to that. All of our employees are covered by, all of our full-time employees are covered by our city's health insurance program. And as part of that program, all of our employees and their covered dependents are eligible for an annual physical, an annual wellness exam every year, free of charge. And that's part of the Affordable Care Act. So there are people who don't take advantage of that benefit and it could be of benefit for us from a trust perspective in terms of minimizing our premiums, but also in terms of ensuring the health and well-being so that the employees have fewer injuries at work as well.
That's exactly what I was getting at. I mean, is there any way to incentivize that for the city? That's what I'm trying to get to, right? Being more proactive, and maybe folks that don't get that, maybe they'll pay a little bit of a higher premium of sort, and that's always personal responsibility and choice for us.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you. So now, Councilmember Brandow.
All right, Jeff. So, and Councilmember Chavez, I'm feeling another workshop on workers' compensation throughout the city might be the answer to some of that. But Jeff, we did last year enter into an agreement with FPOA over their workers' comp program.
It's been
It's been 2 years. Yeah, so we're 2 years, right? And so, since you're here, can you give me a brief? That's been working out, my understanding, to the benefit of the police department and also, to the police officers, and then also to the city of Fresno. Can you give me a quick update on that?
Sure. We have what is called an alternate dispute resolution with the FPOA, or a carve-out in terms of the workers' compensation program. The benefit of that program is actually, I think, twofold. One is there is a disinterested, objective individual who serves as an ombudsperson, who helps guide the members of FPOA through the process and helps them feel comfortable with how the process works, what it accomplishes, what they can expect, and helps them make decisions about bringing claims to closure. What has been a benefit to the department is that we have been able to ensure that treatment is rendered in a much more expeditious fashion, in large part because we have reached agreements with providers with the expectation that they will be seeing our employees, the FPOA members, in a timely fashion. They will be generating reports in a timely fashion, which will allow us to then come to conclusion with a settlement, whether it's through a compromise and release or a stipulated award, in a quicker fashion than we would in the statutory system.
And then that, in turn, has led to a savings or
a projected savings over the long-term life of the respective claims, because in workers' compensation, claims have a life that goes on for multiple years, in some instances 20 or 30 years. And so an actuary has determined that as a result of this program, there has been some long-term savings associated with that.
And so have we received any of those savings yet, or to date, what do the savings look like for the first 2 years?
I can speak to the first year. I can't
Okay.
speak to the second year yet because the second year hasn't concluded, and we haven't. So it hasn't concluded, and so the actuary has not been able to generate a subsequent report. But in the first year, I don't have that committed to memory. A couple $100,000 at least.
Okay, perfect. I think that's good. We voted on something that saved money, and instead of spent money. And then, but you want to take the opportunity to say that this model originated in the city of Fresno, and now there are other communities throughout the state of California that are adopting the model that we joined in with FPOA. So it's very, very beneficial, and I don't know if that same model could be extended, you know, in other groups in the city of Fresno. And so when Councilmember Chavez was talking, I mean, that's what I began thinking about. But I think it's fantastic that our police officers, when they get injured or whatever on the job, they get facilitated much quicker than they used to, and then the ones that need to see a doctor get to see the doctor right away. The other ones are encouraged to get the treatment and get back in line for work faster. So there's all kinds of benefits that come from that new model that we've been operating under. So I appreciated the update. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Jeff, I had a question for you. Along the same vein, so is there a way to determine whether or not there are other departments that could utilize that service and that would be a benefit to the employee as well as the city of Fresno? Is there a study or statistics that would indicate the next group or area other than FPOA that could use this service?
I don't believe there's a study per se that would identify the next group that would be most beneficial. Certainly, it has applications elsewhere in the city. It does require us to negotiate with the respective units and reach a mutual agreement, separate and apart from what would be accomplished through basic negotiations of a successor MOU. And it does require a process in seeking permission for negotiation as well from the state, which is relatively easily accomplished, but there needs to be a mutual interest and a mutual desire to get to that end.
Is there a way to make some determinations along, not a study per se, but looking at our records and looking at the claims and the resolution of the claims, that we could come up with a format in maybe another area or two, at least get that started, because it seems to be such an effective tool for the city of Fresno and the employees?
We certainly could evaluate based on the history and the trend of where our claims are and where the issues are in terms of claims resolution to determine if there is a particular unit or units that would be most beneficial to pursue that further. We could certainly do that.
Yeah, if you would, I'd appreciate it, and keep me posted.
Sure.
Thank you for your information.
You're welcome.
Seeing no others punched up, is there a motion? Motion by Councilmember Capriolio and second by Councilmember Chavez. Is there any opposition to this motion? Seeing none, passes 6. He's in the audience. 5, 6, 6-0. Great. So we'll move on. We're done with general administration. The next thing, we'll go ahead and go to closed session. City Attorney?
Yes, we have a quick closed session, existing litigation, city versus Pinedale County Water District.
And we will be back to the timed item, hopefully 9:50. to make some comments? If you could state your name for the record and your address, sir.
Hard on it, but I'll give you a different one. Here's my name. My name is...
And you have 3 minutes, sir.
My name is Mitch Epperly, and my address is 1370 West Mesa. And I wanted to make a comment, and I was told that you've already gone over it about the police chief or his appointee accepting all documents, and I don't have my paper because I wasn't prepared to come up here right now. And
okay, perfect.
I asked Steve just now, who told me you had already voted on it, that it was that would be the final say-so, that whoever's working at the police department, and I believe that anything like that should, after they get through it, should only be a preliminary and still be put before the council for final approval.
Any other comments, sir?
No, on that, nothing else. There's something coming up at 9:40 that I wanted to make a comment on, so I'll wait until then.
Perfect. You will be able to come back up and give additional public comment at that time.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. We have about a minute for our next item.
Councilmember Soria, can I just, I forgot one other announcement. Next week, June 15th, our council meeting starts at 1:30. But at 1 o'clock, we are going to have an unveiling of In God We Trust. The letters will be up. And I invite all of the council to be there if you can, because I'd like the council obviously to take a picture with it. It was supported unanimously. And we're going to let the community know, anybody who wants to be there. I think it's going to be a great event, but it'll be at 1 o'clock, half hour before the council meeting starts.
Thank you. Now we'll go on to our scheduled 9:50 item. Is the mayor's office here? So this is a resolution in support of Assembly Bill 1408. John?
Councilmember Soria, I believe the mayor is on his way.
Okay, perfect. We'll wait a second.
You guys kind of, you're on time though, right on time. Here comes the mayor.
Good morning,
Good morning, Mayor.
Madam Chair. Is that the first time?
Yeah.
You look good.
It fits, right?
Yes. I don't know if your colleagues agree or not, but
Let's wait till the day's over.
I'm here this morning to advocate for a resolution in support of AB 1408, which is, has bipartisan support in Sacramento. As you know, of the tragic incident that happened in Southern California, where a sheriff deputy was shot, and this tightens the reins on parole to make for safer communities. And I would urge the City Council to support this resolution. And I believe Chief Dyer, Sheriff Mims, and other law enforcement, local law enforcement support this too.
So first, there's a motion and a second. First, we'll go out to the public. Is there anyone from the public that wishes to comment on this item? Sir, state your name and your address for the record.
Mitch.
We'll have 3 minutes.
Mitch Epperly, 1370 West Mesa. When you read the proposed bill that you're supporting in subsection B, item 1, the paragraph has 2 sentences in it, and the last sentence says the panel or the board setting in bank shall consider the entire criminal history of the inmate, including all current, and here's my objection, the word or, past convicted offenses in making this decision. That or needs to be changed to and.
Thank you.
Before that should be supported.
Thank you so much, sir. Is there any other member from the public that wishes to comment on this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the dais. Councilmember Bredefeld.
Mayor or John, just a quick question. Thanks. John, I will support this, of course, but I just had a question. It says require revocation of probation if offender violates probation terms for a 3rd time. Why 3 times? Why not 1 time? Why is it 3 times?
Well, I guess we'd have to talk to Assemblymember Calderon. He is the author of this legislation. I don't know. I just think
it's a rhetorical question.
Obviously, I think there's a lot of concern, in the law enforcement community about the fallout for some of when the federal government had cracked down on the state, and we had some of these actions to try to reduce the prison population. And I think there's some areas to try to smooth the edges where some of these the worst offenders, the worst of the worst, I guess. And so I guess I don't want to get in Assemblymember Calderon's head, but I guess he felt maybe that this was something that was passable through the state legislature.
Okay.
Obviously, the incident that prompted this, the gentleman who killed the Whittier police officer had been he'd been on probation. He'd violated it again and again, been in and out of county jail. So I think this is one of those obvious areas that could be attacked now. I don't know, maybe 3 strikes and you're out maybe was in his mind. I don't know, but
okay.
Yeah.
I will support it. I mean, I just think we're so lenient to 2 chances, 3 chances, 4 chances, 5 chances. I mean, they're already committed crimes. They're violating probation. I mean, the writing's on the wall. But I will definitely support this.
Thank you. Councilmember Chavez.
A quick question, John. I know that I'm looking at the language. I think it's just another tool in the toolbox for law enforcement to have that, right, for them to exercise. But I just want to make sure we're clear. So AB 1408 will require the county agency supervising, i.e. Fresno County Sheriff's Department, to petition the court to revoke, modify, or terminate their parole conditions on such inmate. Would they be working with our local police department on taking those recommendations, or is this just at the discretion of the sheriff's department over there? I'm trying to understand that.
Yeah, my assumption is that they'd be working with local PD on that. Especially if the person is, I think, being charged, say, through Fresno PD. I think obviously working in conjunction with whatever local law enforcement agency was the arresting agency.
Okay.
Does that help you? Or
Yeah, it does. And I know that when we had the public safety conversation yesterday or the day before yesterday, we talked about those habitual offenders that keep breaking into people's homes, that keep stealing cars and engaging in this type of repetitive behavior. And I think this will be another tool in the toolbox to try to address that. Obviously, we have state law that will supersede or control out of that, but I think this will be another additional resource for our officers in the sheriff's department.
And I think obviously if anybody's listened to Chief Dyer and Sheriff Mims and DA Smitkamp, they've constantly talked about their concerns about some of the way things have been going these last few years with some of the law enforcement decisions being made out of Sacramento and sent down to the local jurisdictions. So I think for Chief Dyer, he very much supports this resolution and this bill because, as I can correctly point out, another tool in the toolbox.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Councilmember Brandow.
All right. So really, and John, I'm not going to ask you a question. I'm just going to make a statement because I want to talk about what Mr. Epperly mentioned. I actually agree with that language change. It should be and rather than or. Should be. You're willing to make that change, Mayor?
I'll amend my motion to add and.
And I'll second that motion. So, Mr. Epperly, what that means from the city of Fresno, they'll get that request that we change that. We can't guarantee they're going to do it, right? But that'll be our request. And I was going to support it anyway, Mr. Epperly, because I can't throw the baby out with the bathwater. But in this sense, I'm glad that we're willing to make a change to the language. So, thank you.
See no one else punched up. We do have a motion made by Councilmember Capriolio and a second by Councilmember Chavez. Oh, no, sorry. Okay, Councilmember Brandow.
Seconded by myself, and then the amendment was seconded by Councilmember Brandow to add the language on there.
Okay. That's
perfect. So, is there any opposition to the motion? Seeing none, the item passes 6-0. Thank you. Next item is at 10, so we'll wait about a minute.
Marco, this guy's got a card.
an accident last night and was at the eye doctor's this morning, but I should be okay. All right, let's start with our 10 o'clock item. This is a hearing regarding vacation.
Good morning, Council President.
Good morning.
Council members and city staff. My name is Jason Cammett. I'm Chief Surveyor at the Public Works Department. I'm here today to ask Council to open the required hearing for the vacation of a portion of East Kings Canyon Road at South Apricot Avenue. The hearing was set by resolution of intent 1116D on May 18th, 2017. It has been properly noticed and published in accordance with the Streets and Highways Code. The vacation is being requested by the California Home of the Aged, which is the owner of the adjacent property. It's being requested to satisfy a condition of CUP 14-057 to vacate excess right-of-way in that area. And we will be reserving a public utility easement and pedestrian easement across the vacated area. Staff recommends to approve this vacation request. At this time, I ask Council to open a public hearing for discussion.
Right, sounds good. Thank you for your presentation. At this time, we'll go out to the public. Are there any members of the public who wish to address this agenda item? Please come forward. Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Return to Council. Member Chavez.
Motion to approve.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. The screen is clear. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, item carries 7-0. Thank you, staff. We have 1 minute to wait. Okay, we call the 10:05 item now. This is another hearing regarding the vacation of a portion of North Doolittle Drive. I have a couple of cards for this, but let's go ahead and have staff present.
Okay, good morning again. Jason Cammett, Chief Surveyor, Public Works Department. I'm here today to ask Council to open a public hearing for the vacation of a portion of North Doolittle Drive, just north of West Herndon Avenue. The hearing was set by resolution of intent 1117-D on May 18th, 2017. It's being requested by the City of Fresno. The request is to accommodate the construction of a multi-purpose trail landscape area associated with the West Herndon Avenue widening project. There will be a multi-purpose trail and landscape easement reserved over a portion of the vacated area, and staff recommends to approve this vacation request. At this time, I request Council to open a public hearing for discussion.
Thank you. Then let's go ahead and do that. Take it out to the public. I have a couple of cards. Let's hear from Jim. I can't read it with my eyesight. Please come forward. Give us your name and address for the record, and then you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Yes, good morning. Jim, last name is Coelho, C-O-E-L-H-O, 7175 North Doolittle, Fresno, California. Excuse my casual dress. I just got word of this hearing this morning. I'm a resident out of Sky Park, and I just want to let you know that we're not opposed to the Herndon widening. We understand it's the expressway. We just want to make sure that Doolittle Avenue, it's 150 feet wide in that area, and if you know that's where Sierra Sky Park is out there. I'm assuming you don't have a map of this area at this time. And we want to make sure that we've used that for the last, since 1946, parking for airplanes when we have our events, and it's been in our CCNRs, and we have deed easements to use the roads and stuff. So we want to make sure that if you're going to vacate part of that road, only enough that's needed for the trail and the widening of Herndon Avenue, we keep the rest of Doolittle available. In the past, we've lost part of the parking on Spats Avenue with another development because we agreeable that we didn't need all that because we can short some of that street up and give it to it. So we just want to bring it to your attention so we'll know we have an opportunity to participate with the people that are going to make these decisions and so know what we got going on. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We have another speaker, another yellow card, John Kinsey. Please come forward, John. Give us your name and address for our record, and then you'll have 3 minutes.
Good morning, John Kinsey, 265 East River Park Circle. I represent the Homeowners Association associated with Sierra Sky Park Airport. The association doesn't have any objection to this action today. I'm primarily here just to alert the city to the fact that along Doolittle and many of the other roadways in that area that were part of the subdivision, the property owners have easement rights over many of those roadways. I have an enclosure letter that includes a copy of the CCNRs, and that's more just for future reference. That way the city has it in its file, if that would be something that the council's willing to accept. Great, thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Is there anyone else who wishes to address the City Council on this agenda item? Please come forward. Seeing none, public comment is closed and returned to Council. Member Brandow. Yes, you are here and scheduled. Are you for scheduled or unscheduled?
10:10.
Scheduled?
10:10.
All right, I'll go ahead and actually it's you are scheduled for 10:10 and it's 10:08. So we'll go ahead and call you next. Thank you. Okay, Member Brandow.
All right. Just going to ask a couple questions based on these gentlemen's concerns. So are we vacating just the portion of Doolittle that's adjacent to Herndon Avenue, or are you talking about extending the vacation of Doolittle north?
It extends north approximately 100 feet.
100 feet?
Yes.
Okay. And it's primarily about the trail. So let's envision the day that the trail is put in.
Mm-hmm.
Would that block any activity from happening on Doolittle, such as parking of cars or airplanes or for an event or anything else?
It wouldn't. I just have to say, when it vacates, that property goes back to the underlying fee owners. So it would have to have their permission to do that, the homeowners in that, for those two lots that it affects. So
you won me over.
We're not preventing that. We're just not, the city doesn't have the permission at that point to give to those, for those events. Sure.
Good morning, Council. Scott Mosier, Public Works Department. I just wanted to add, I've been personally involved in this issue for about the past dozen years, and I want to clarify that today's action only vacates the portion adjacent to Herndon Avenue. Our municipal code does allow for the taxiing and parking of aircraft along a number of the streets in the Sierra Sky Park area, and this action does not affect that in any way, shape, or form. That's only allowed on the section that's further north, and so this does not impede that in any way. But what does happen with this action, it will make Doolittle, it will close it off at Herndon itself. Today, right turns are allowed in, right turns out off of Doolittle, but just over the years of developing Herndon as an expressway, any type of mid-block access point has been closed off, limiting Herndon to just the signalized access points. So again, this action does not in any way limit or restrict aircraft taxiing or parking within the area as currently allowed.
But it would cut off traffic from taking right turns off of Herndon or exiting Doolittle as well onto Herndon.
That is correct. The traffic, they can connect right via Spats to Blythe Avenue, which is only a couple hundred feet to the west, and that's a full signalized intersection with right turns, left turns, any direction. So from a safety perspective, building it to the expressway standard, and just being consistent with what the city's done really over the past 40 years, it's just the next step in building the project.
And Scott, so by vacating it, are we in charge of that sliver of property on Doolittle now, adjacent to Herndon, and we're giving it to?
As Mr. Cammett mentioned, the underlying fee north of there goes to the property owners north of Herndon, but the section right by Herndon itself, it's being reserved for a multi-purpose trail and then the street right-of-way. So really the main thrust of the action is really to eliminate the right-in, right-out vehicle access to Herndon.
And then the multi-purpose trail, as it eventually crosses Doolittle, that's not going to obstruct any type of activity?
Not at all.
For special events or anything?
That's correct.
Okay. And then another question, in the future, if land adjacent to Doolittle is to be developed, would this hinder that? Would this vacation hinder that?
It would not.
It would not. All right, then I'm going to make a motion to approve.
We have a motion and a second. The screen is clear. Is there any opposition to this item? Seeing none, item carries 7-0. Thank you, Council. Let's go ahead and take these in order. We have 4 scheduled items. in terms of scheduled communication with folks. Let's go ahead and start with our 10:10 a.m. Item number 1. This is an appearance by Jeffrey Roberts from the Assemi Group to request the City of Fresno release property. Mr. Roberts, give us your name and address for the record, and then you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. President, members of the council, Jeff Roberts on behalf of Farrah Assemi and the Assemi Group. Our business address is 1396 West Herndon in the city of Fresno. Mr. President, members of the council, we have a request here today for a release of property, which is a very unique request. There is no form we can fill out, and there is no application form at the city, so this is why I'm standing here today before you with this special request. It's very unique. Our request is this.
Thank you.
We would like to ask your permission and your acknowledgement to process a subdivision map in the county of Fresno that sits in the sphere of influence, but we would do this according to all city standards, and I'll repeat, all city standards. This area will someday be in the city. I can't tell you exactly when, but we want to do this in conformance with all of your standards, so when there is development that comes nearby, the pattern is seamless. And this requires a lot of extra work on our part, some extra work on your staff's part, which we are willing to pay for, and we have several reasons why we'd like to make this request. The land has been in the sphere since 1984. The 1984 general plan, the 2002-2025 plan, and the current general plan all designate the site for medium-density residential uses. So the land has been planned for residential use for 34 years. We've tried for years, actually since 2009, to figure out a way to annex this property, and we've gone to all the property owners. We've had public meetings. Even others in our office have tried. And we would not be successful in our estimation. This land is in, number 2, this land's in growth area number 1. And on the graphics that I passed out, that's pretty easy to see that it's inside the area that the city has prioritized for development in addition to infill. Number 3, the city does release from time to time properties to develop in the county. Typically not like this where someone comes before you, but there is a request that comes from the county. The county is willing to process this application. We've checked with that, and we believe that the growth in this area will help stimulate future annexations. And regarding annexation, we would be willing to covenant to place on every parcel that we create a permission slip or an acknowledgement slip to annex to the city when the time is right. Now, there's a couple options the council we have. One is do nothing, and the end result is exactly what's happened for 34 years. Nothing will happen out there. 2 is reduce the sphere of influence. That's unreasonable. We're a mile and a half inside the sphere of influence, and that would be an unreasonable request, we believe. 3 is try and annex to the west, but that would force us to ask or to take properties that I can guarantee you do not want to be in the city and don't want to be pre-zoned. And we want to avoid that kind of situation. 4th option, can I finish up?
Please finish your thought.
Sure. The 4th option would be to head to the south and try and take property, and that option would create a county island, which is inappropriate. And the 5th option is this special kind of release. So we would like to gain your permission to work with staff, develop the details on where we could process this application in the county, and then eventually annex to the city when the time is right. Be happy to answer questions, Mr. President.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Roberts, for your comments today. Do any members of council, I see the screen is clear, to any members of council wish to engage right now? Or I'm sure that council will be happy to take meetings offline with you and learn more.
No questions now?
Not right now. You want to speak? Please.
Well, so was this just for information? Are you asking the council to make a motion? We can't. Okay, so it's just informational.
I'm asking for permission to work with your staff to move this process along.
So do we have to make a motion for?
No, we can't do a motion. It's not an action item, just on.
Okay,
but I think that if council nods and gives consensus, then city manager can step in and.
Well, let the city manager step in.
Take it away.
Staff has already met with Mr. Roberts. We've outlined a number of issues related to his request. You are creating a county island. No, as Mr. Roberts has pointed out, that's exactly what you're doing. You're going to create a county island that's going to be supported by services from the city of Fresno. In the interim, sheriff will be the one responding. The county is going to be the beneficiary of the property tax improvements. There will be no CF Community Facilities District created, so there'd have to be a CSA. I don't think the county is interested in creating any more CSAs. So there's a very long list of things that are problematic, which is why we have told Mr. Roberts that the administration is not supportive of this. Now, if you want to have offline meetings with Mr. Roberts, you can certainly do so, but I would also encourage you to meet with staff so that we can also outline the issues that we have with now going out and creating a county island that is supported by city services. I appreciate the fact that someday this might get annexed into the city of Fresno, but in the meantime, there are a number of other things that are associated with this request that are problematic.
Mr. President, could I respond real?
We can't engage in a give and take. You want to? All right, Member Brandau's going to save you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President, members of the council. We acknowledge this is a non-standard request. It's a request that we've actually done before 21 years ago in District 6, and the end result today is that the area is seamless. You don't know what the sequence was of development, and we acknowledge there's work and there's cost, and as I said for the record, we're willing to bear that cost because we know it's a non-standard request. So I think Mr. Rudd has outlined there's some issues out there. We're fully aware of them. And that's why it's been a tough process since 2009 to try and figure this out. But this is where we'd like to head, is to work with your staff to move this process along. So with your acknowledgement, we'd be happy to do that.
I was finished. Thank you, Mr. Roberts, for your comments this morning. We move on to our number 2, 1010 item, an appearance by Alicia White to discuss providing a safe haven for people without housing. Please come forward. Give us your name and address for the record, and then you also have 3 minutes.
Good morning. My name's Alicia White. I live on 5148 East Hedges Avenue, Fresno. That's 93727. Okay.
You have 3 minutes. Once you hit 2 minutes, you'll hear an extra chime. That means you have a minute remaining. So please, the floor is yours.
Okay. We have a situation in our community where 1 in 13 people is without a home. That means they've been displaced. They're living on the streets. That's men, women, children, elders, seniors, disabled, infants, all of them. Now, the 1 in 13 is that there are 40,000+ homeless in our community. This has nothing to do with anything that has been stigmatizing the people that are now without home. So we have a situation in our economy that has produced this. Anybody that's living on a marginal month-by-month basis just takes one little thing to move from there to being without a home. And once you're without a home, it's hard to describe. You have no privacy, you have no place to go to the bathroom, you have no place to clean up, you have no address. So it's very hard to move from there back into being rehomed on your own. A big step in that direction would be to use areas that we already have in the city and make safe havens for our people without homes, which would start turning the tide back. We are a compassionate people. This can be a place where we set the example for other communities. This is not individual to Fresno, it's happening all over the country and the world. So we can start from here to turn it around. and we can teach our police force to be peacekeepers again. Used to be that that's what they were, keeping the peace, getting to know people, and offering a hand rather than being someone who is feared by those who have no home. Any questions?
No one is punched up at this time, so thank you very much for your comments.
You're welcome.
I appreciate it. Excuse my my sunglasses today. And thank you. All right, our 10:10 a.m. speaker number 3 is an appearance by Mary Esther Correa to dispute the fines she's incurred by code enforcement. Please come forward, give us your name and address for the record, please, and then you will also have 3 minutes.
Good morning. This is my assistant and my driver. When he's not working, he takes me here and there. He's been my friend for a while. My name is Mary Esther Correa. I own property at 3407 and 03 in Fresno, California, in your district, Olivier. Olivier, pronunciation. Anyways, I'm here again and again and again. I'm going to try to be, sorry I have been so, I go in defensive mode because I'm being scammed. But anyways, we're getting there. First of all, there's a lot of homeless on the back of my alley. I had to have a security guard to come and take them out that I pay because I feel sorry for them, and they're mostly Hispanics, but they're defecating there in the alley, they're throwing their trash, and now they're getting confrontational. They punch one of my handymen in the mouth. Okay, but I followed protocol. I was in an automobile accident. I also would have been here sooner because I live 2,000 miles away. But I live in one of my units when I come here. I was born and raised here. And I love my community and my friends, long life friends that step up to the plate are really helping me. Okay, that's why I got things done. First of all, the good news is the code enforcement finally approved all the repairs that I had to make. But we did more than that. We upgraded everything. But now people are coming to my house. I don't have a for rent sign. I said, no, they want to rent. They want to rent now. They need homes. And I have 2 available. But all this commotion and when I leave people here to help me take care of my property, but it's useless because the squatters squat in. Then besides the squatters, I found out there was drug activity in there. And nobody did anything. They can't. Okay, well, that's. I thought it was 30,000 homeless. Now I find out it's 40,000. Okay, but now I'm going to try to be a little more complacent. First of all, they didn't follow protocol. These homes should have been passed a long time ago. They were need degree, and they didn't follow protocol. I'm thinking about filing a lawsuit. Okay, I'm working with head people now with court enforcement. The planning and Olivier, Clint, you haven't stepped up to the plate. Just remember that you're in our district, and all my friends there live there, professionals, artists, professors, and you're not stepping up to the plate. Okay, well, we're going to see later. Okay, now I have my.
No, I have to interrupt you.
Give me
right
one more
there.
minute. Give me one more minute.
Did you have a meeting with city staff yesterday you didn't show up to?
What city staff? I wasn't invited to no city staff meeting.
Well,
what are you talking about?
My staff, who are not stepping up to the plate, tell me that you had a meeting scheduled with city
Mr.
staff
Leong?
yesterday.
With Mr. Leong?
You know what? This organization is doing
Well,
everything that it
okay,
humanly,
well, I'm glad you finally said that.
that's
because
humanly possible to help
okay,
you.
thank you. I've been talking to
And you
Marisol.
come every week and attack
Yeah,
this
okay.
organization, and now you're attacking me for not stepping up to
Well,
the plate.
because I haven't heard nothing from you. I called you. I wanted a meeting with you. You know what? You said you didn't have time for me. I
scheduled
called you
hearings
several
here
times.
all the
You
time.
refused to talk to me personally.
Well,
okay,
you know what? Why don't you take another 15 seconds and wrap it up,
Okay,
please?
thank you. My real estate agent was going to come today to attest to my credibility, but his young man, his son is graduating today, but he did send me a letter. And I got it. He brought it to me yesterday, and I just give you a copy of it. My representative from Hawaii also wrote me a letter of my credibility, and he sent it priority mail, but it's supposed to be here Friday. But as soon as I get it, I will bring it to you. Okay, my representative is, he also sent me an email with it, but I couldn't download it. Okay. Well, anyways, I just want to tell you that some people, most of you get up and leave, but this is not just my problem. It's countrywide.
Thank you.
United States, but we have to address this. I have 2 units that I want to rent, and I can't because they were nitpicking.
Thank you very much for your comments.
Wait a minute. Tell me about how about the meeting? I didn't know anything about it. Nobody called me.
Your time is up. You know what? There's the director of code enforcement right behind you. He's happy to talk to you right now.
Oh, well, I don't know who that is. I never met him, I don't think. Anyways,
you can go introduce yourself to him right now.
You had notified me. I would have been here.
Thank you.
We have another
Mr.
Leong.
We have another item
Sorry about that.
of scheduled communication by Garth Zambrana to discuss a recycling center on Blackstone.
The people are listening to me.
Thank
You
you.
have not stepped up to the plate.
Thank you.
You're welcome, but you're going to see what happens when you didn't win the election last time. You're not going to win it next time.
I'm termed out, ma'am. I can't win the next election, so it's the end of that. All right, Garth, come on forward here. Sorry about that.
Morning, Clint. I'll try to be a little less exciting.
No, enjoy your time up there. Give us your name and address for the record, and then you'll have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Garth Zambrana, Valleywide Recycling, 1502 East Yosemite in Madera. I've been working with City of Fresno for about 5 years now, trying to apply for a CUP and having a lot of trouble. And the homeless in Fresno is a humongous problem, and I understand that. We're not the typical recycling center that has the C train behind the grocery store. Our current location, Madera, utilizes what used to be a drive-through car wash as a drive-through recycling center. It's a permanent facility with ADA handicapped accessibility, bathrooms, coolers, heaters, surveillance system, and it's clean. We recently spoke with the city planner, Monique Emerson. I believe she's somebody that works with code enforcement. And we've been going to the meetings with the new CUP requirements. The current location I'm proposing is really close to what I think the council wants. Corner of Blackstone and Clinton used to be a drive-through car wash. Next door to the old Save Mart Center, it's now a Smart and Final. It's a permanent facility with a shade structure. It would meet the needs of a recycling center. Currently, I can't find a single location that would work for your current CUP. This one here, I guess the zoning was recently changed in that area. It does not qualify for recycling, but nothing qualifies for recycling in the city of Fresno. I know that you guys have a humongous problem with recycling. You've got these dirty C trains. They're a terrible way to recycle, and I don't disagree with that. I'd like to work with the city to create a recycling center that you guys would like, that you'd approve of. But currently my hands are tied every time I go down to planning departments with another proposal. They just say, no, it's just not going to meet it. I believe about a year and a half ago, you guys changed the CUP, but you didn't contact any of the industry. The current CUP is impossible to meet. And I'd be willing to do backflips and do whatever you guys like. This is just a starting point. I can't get anywhere past with the planning department. Any recommendations, Clint?
Well, I'll be happy to address your concerns. Actually, the city, I think both members of council as well as our professional city management are working on coming up with some kind of comprehensive solution to the problems of recycling centers. And when I say that, I mean problems that business owners are facing who want to do that, and also neighborhoods that are dealing with these. You know, there was one at the corner of Ashland and Fresno.
Terrible recycling center,
Well,
big mess, big problem.
Yeah, when that one closed, we received letters of thank you from the people who live around there. So I appreciate that you've come here and shared with us how you understand that it's a problem in the city of Fresno. So we're trying to get there, not just for people in neighborhoods who are sick of being inundated by vagrancy, and also for business owners like you that want to make it work. I guess in just to kind of sum up what I'm trying to say is that I realize, and I know that my council colleagues and city manager realize that when you're in business, that time is money, and that you're looking to do something so that you can feed your family and hire people who can feed theirs. We all get that. But because of the magnitude of the problem with the homeless and that link to recycling, it's going to be longer before this organization can respond adequately, not just to business owners like you, but also to people in neighborhoods. Does that make any sense at all? So I guess I apologize for it taking so long.
Sir, it makes absolute and complete sense to me, and I agree with you. I don't disagree with you or anybody else on the council. I remember when I lived in Clovis, and they would go through my trash can and they'd leave the trash on the ground. Yeah. And there's nothing more frustrating than that.
You know what, Garth? I'm happy to meet with you. The facility you're talking about is in my district. If you need a link to the city, I'll be happy to act as that link for you. So
Thank you so very much.
Yeah, if you want to have a seat, I'll have a member of staff come out and exchange numbers with you, and then we can at least start with a meeting and have some kind of dialogue about it.
Thank you, sir, and thank you all so much for your time.
Thank you for coming today. And if staff is watching from the District 7 office, can someone come out and exchange numbers with Garth so we can sit down with him? Okay. That concludes our scheduled communication. In terms of unscheduled communication, Vice President Soria, did you already call that item? Okay, thank you. All right, so I'm sure we have some general admin that we can get to. Are we done? Oh, so we come back at 1:45. That's good. Look at how efficient this city council is. All right, we'll see you all back at 1:45 under Vice President Soria's leadership. Thank you.
Because a certain someone in this building brags all the time about how fantastic you are. Our friend and colleague Jennifer Clark talks about you guys all the time, and of course her daughter is in the band. But we're very proud of you, and we're definitely proud of the accomplishments of your wonderful director. Come up here, Mr. Madrid. Listen, I mean. You know, it happens because you have good direction. And I know what you'll say, it happens because you have good students that listen to you. So I already know that both of you have a lot of affection for each other. The awards you all have won this year are in. I came in and asked, I said, hey, Mr. Madrid, how many awards have you guys won? He goes, oh, it's in the dozens. I wanted to give you an opportunity to not only brag a little bit about our band at Edison High, and for the benefit of the listening public and my colleagues up there, but also so to give you the proper acknowledgement. So can you talk a little bit about the accomplishments that you all have had this year and the great work that you've done over the last several years?
Well, thank you, Councilmember Baines, for having us here, first of all, and thank you, Fresno City Council, for inviting us and welcoming us as well. We've had the list of accomplishments goes on, and even just in this year. But some of the highlights are, I think, the marching band, which is we call the Edison Golden Brigade, it has won several awards, and I think they've won a sweepstakes, which is the top award at every band review they've competed in this year. That includes the Pismo Beach Band Review, Parade Grand Sweepstakes, Fresno Fair Band Review, Parade Grand Sweepstakes, the San Joaquin Valley Tournament of Bands. They won Field Show Sweepstakes, Parade Grand Sweepstakes, and combined Parade and Field Sweepstakes, as well as the Merced Band Review. They took everything there as well, and took the coveted Parade Music Sweepstakes at Northern California Band Association Championships. And that's our marching band. And additionally, the Color Guard won their category at championships as well. And we have 3 concert bands at Edison, which is an accomplishment in itself. And concert bands. So, and the marching band is huge in March 150, and then you split them up into smaller bands so they fit on a stage, basically. And they're divided by level, right? So you have your highest level in the wind ensemble. We also have a concert band and a symphonic band that are leveled by grade and by ability. But all 3 of those bands won unanimous superior ratings at the California Music Educators Association Central Section Festival, which is very rare. And the wind ensemble also was invited and accepted to and performed at the California Music Educators Association All-State Band and Orchestra Festival, one of 5 high school bands to receive that honor. So those are just the highlights, and there's probably 20 or 30 more awards that they've won this year. So they've done an incredible job.
You guys are competing with people all over the state.
Yep, regionally and all over the state. Just depends on where you go to compete with different people every week.
Any national competition?
Not yet. Yeah.
Oh, see? I hear that. Stand by, right? Sounds like we have some plans for a national.
That's right.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you, just to jump back and don't sit down just yet. So I'll tell you that I think that as I found out more about the band, it's a hidden treasure in our community. I mean, you guys are like hiding in plain sight, right? I mean, Edison High, the Golden Brigade, right here around the corner from City Hall. So we were talking, just so you guys know, before when I came out and chatted with you guys earlier, we're going to have you guys come and play for us one day. See, I know my friend right there. We're going to have you guys back sometime when school starts back up, and we're going to have you guys pop down right out there, and you guys are going to play for us. I think we need to hear that. We need to give you all the opportunity to play right at City Hall for this illustrious city. So this is just beginning for you guys. So get worried about the national competition, but you guys are coming back to City Hall to play for us too, because I think my colleagues and I would absolutely enjoy it. And so listen, we just wanted to take a moment and say thank you for being a treasure in our community, for all of the hard work that you do, Mr. Madrid, and really directing this band and rising them to the level of prominence. I tell you, winning is good. Being number 1 is good, but it's not easy. It's not easy to win. So we're so very proud of you all. And so I'm gonna take a moment. I'm gonna read the proclamation for you guys because I think you guys would like to hear it. So excuse a few of the whereases and what have yous, but whereas the Edison High School Golden Brigade Band is one of the most established and beloved high school bands in the Central Valley. The director of the Edison High School Golden Brigade Band, Mr. Robert M. Madrid, has been directing the band for 3 years, and since his arrival in the program, Mr. Madrid has taken the band to new levels. And whereas the distinguished band has achieved recognition throughout all of California, in the 2016 through 2017 school year, the Golden Brigade Band has participated in distinguished events and venues, including Fresno Fair Grand Sweepstakes, San Joaquin Tournament of Bands, Grand Sweepstakes, Pismo Band Review Grand Sweepstakes, Merced Band Review Grand Sweepstakes, San Joaquin Valley Color Guard and Percussion Review, Winter Guard, where they achieved the title as Regional Silver Champions. California Music Education Association unanimous superiors, performed at the CMEA State Band Festival and was accepted to play in the 2017 Hollywood Christmas Parade. And whereas the city of Fresno wishes to congratulate all 120 members of the Golden Brigade Band, along with their director, Mr. Robert M. Madrid, on a successful season. And now, therefore, it be resolved that I, Councilmember Oliver L. Baines III, do hereby extend my deepest gratitude to the Edison High School Golden Brigade Band and encourage everyone to continue to support this outstanding academic music program. And be it further resolved that we, Mayor Lee Brand and the Fresno City Council members, do hereby proclaim Thursday, June 8th, 2017 to be Golden Brigade Day in the city of Fresno. So you all have your own day today. So go out and do whatever you want. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Hi, I'm Rhonda Dewick, and I'm the Band Booster president. I get to be part of the support team that helps make things happen. We have a couple of little gifts for you to remember this by.
Oh, these? Oh, okay.
First of all, you can wear this proudly.
Oh, fantastic.
You're now
Thank
considered
you.
a Golden Brigade
All
booster.
right, thank you.
Award here. Now they have to do a lot of work for this.
Well, I can't take this. I didn't do anything.
You get to, because you're supporting them.
Well, thank you.
And then your own CD to watch over their
Well, thank you all very much. That is very kind of you. We want to take, do you guys have somebody take a picture? Okay, so I think for all of them, we should probably go outside, maybe in the front of chambers. That way we can all fit. Want to do that?
Sounds
Okay,
good.
let's all go take a picture.
Thank you so much.
I'll be right back.
Oliver, for you, that's a participation medal. Okay?
All right, let's go ahead and begin the 2 o'clock item. Consider plan amendment application. Staff? Okay. Come on up.
Apologize, I was answering questions. I didn't see that you guys were ready. Okay. All right, Mr. Council President, members of the council, my name is Dan Zach, Assistant Director with the Development and Resource Management Department. Thanks for having me today. I am here for a zoning map and development code cleanup item. As you know, over the last couple of years, we updated a lot of our planning documents and procedures and regulations, and they've been working out very well. But with such extensive changes, some fine-tuning is a good thing to do. And so what we have done a couple of times prior to this point is the same thing that we're proposing today. We've brought forth small changes to the zoning map or to the development code text in order to make the implementation of this new system go as smoothly as possible and make it work as well as possible. So that's what we're proposing to you today. We had brought the last one in late August. It was adopted on September 8th. And at that point, the council had directed us to come back in about 180 days with another cleanup, and so that's what we're doing right now. So there are two parts to this. The first one is text changes to the actual development code. And those accomplish a couple of goals. Some of them are just for clarification. Some of them help us with internal consistency within the document. It's a large document. We want to make sure all the different parts work well together. In one case, we're bringing a code section into compliance with changes to state law. And then sometimes it's just for improved functionality. There are two erratas that you were provided. There's two changes here that we were made aware of that we need to adjust, and so we'd like to add that to our recommendation. Anyone in the audience who would like to see them, I have handouts right here for anyone who wants to take a look at them. They're minor. The first one is regarding Section 15-2725, which has some standards for child care facilities. And so we're suggesting here to you that we add a Section D to the end of that part of the document that just clarifies how conditional use permits for these facilities and parking works, and refers folks out to the applicable sections of the development code to avoid confusion. Those conditional use permit and parking rules already apply. This is just a matter of helping people kind of use this section of the code as a one-stop shop so they don't miss those other sections that they have to go to. It's just a clarification kind of thing. And then the second one came out of our presentation of this item to the Airport Land Use Commission on Monday. They recommended approval of everything except for one of the text amendment items. And what we were trying to do with this proposal is that right now any text amendment to the development code has to go before the Airport Land Use Commission. It doesn't always make sense for them to review it. It doesn't always fit within their purview. There was, an item relating to marijuana dispensaries a while ago, for example, that went to them and they asked us, why are you bringing this to us? And, well, we're obligated to. So we wanted to kind of streamline that for them and for us. And they didn't have a problem with that in concept, but they wanted to work on the language a little bit for us. So we thought we'd honor that, pull it out of this one, work with them a little bit more to refine that language, and then bring it back to you at a future date.
To stop reviewing those things that are not within their purview, they're willing to.
Exactly.
Yeah,
they just want to make sure they felt that the language that we had drafted was a little bit vague, and they wanted to tighten it up a little bit so that things that they did want to review didn't slip through the cracks and not get taken to them.
Okay. Because that's pretty valuable, I think, for me.
Yeah, absolutely. The second part of this package of changes that we're bringing to you relate to the zoning map, and then there are corresponding changes to the general plan land use map to keep them consistent, because we always want our general plan map and our zoning map to have the same thing for various properties. And there are 15 of them. 14 are property owner requests, and what we've been doing is certain properties changed from maybe a residential classification to a commercial classification, or the other way around. And so even though most properties stayed very similar to what they were before, some did change. And so what we said is that folks that changed from one category to another, if they wanted to go back to something more equivalent to what they had before, and it didn't cause an issue with our environmental impact report or with any general plan policies, then we would bring those to you and to consider changing them back. So there were 14 of those, and they're on the map here. Any of them that you want to look at more closely, I have close-up maps we can drill in to any of them that you prefer. The only one I'm going to focus on right now, unless there are questions, is number 15, and that is not a property owner request. That is actually just more of a housekeeping item on our part, and it is in the downtown area. If you recall, in October we adopted a new downtown specific plan, a neighborhoods community plan for the area, and development code changes for downtown. And when we did that, we repealed older documents that conflicted with it and were no longer applicable, such as the Central Area Community Plan. There is a Civic Center Master Development Plan that we missed. And so it's from 1966, and we just want there to not be any confusion about what applies, the new Fulton Corridor Specific Plan or this older plan here. So this is in keeping with what we brought to you in October to repeal older plans that no longer applied. And so we're proposing, as part of this cleanup, to repeal this Civic Center plan from 1966.
Zach, I have a question.
Sure.
And did you guys do outreach to the businesses in that area so that they were aware that we were repealing, if any would be impacted by the repeal?
No, we didn't, and there's not much of an impact because this master development plan was implemented through an old CC zone district, and that was removed with the new development code. So the plans in here don't even apply to those properties anymore. This is more about just clearing up confusion and not having it still on the books. But the standards and recommendations in here were already disassociated from those properties by the rezoning that happened with the downtown plans in October. So it's more about just eliminating confusion. It doesn't apply anymore in that practical sense anyway. So we went to implementation committees, design review committees, and the Airport Land Use Commission, and here are the recommendations. District 1 didn't have any items within their district. We took it to the other implementation committees. 2 were not able to convene, districts 3 and 6. The others recommended approval of the changes in their boundaries. The Tower District Design Review Committee also reviewed it. There were 3 changes proposed within their area, within their purview, and they actually objected to all 3 proposals. I'll talk a little bit more about that. And then the ALUC approved the whole package with that one exception that I already noted previously. So the Tower District recommendation was to reject the 3 proposed cleanups in their area. The first one is for a public piece of property at Broadway and Elizabeth, which in this cleanup is suggested to go to residential to match the surrounding properties, RS5, which is a medium density single family zone district, which is matching the properties nearby. And they had suggested potentially a park at that meeting, but they recommended against this change in any event. There are also some changes on Belmont near Palm Avenue, where the owner has requested to go to commercial general zoning, and they recommended against that. Similar change proposed on Belmont and Van Ness, going to commercial general. In both cases, that would go from the commercial Main Street zoning, which is more of a sidewalk-oriented, mixed-use sort of zone, creating the walkable environment like you have on Olive near Washawn, and spreading that throughout the major streets in the Tower area. And it would, if this change was approved, it would go back to more of a conventional suburban commercial configuration. That's the property owner's request, and the Design Review Committee recommended denying both of those. This is the Airport Land Use Commission language, which I already showed. So that concludes my formal presentation. We recommend approval of the environmental assessment, plan amendment, rezone as shown in the staff report, and the text amendment with the additional language as shown in errata 1, and without the changes to section 5808 as shown in errata 2. Available for questions.
Thank you very much. At this time, that concludes the staff presentation. We'll go ahead and go out to the public. I'd like to apologize in advance for the fact I'm wearing Ray-Bans, but I had a problem with my eyes. I'm recovering from that. So we'll go out to the public. I have a number of yellow cards. Of course, after yellow cards are, once we get through those, and we'll go ahead and call for anyone who didn't fill one out to go ahead and come on up to the lectern. We'll begin with Joe Gualiardo. Joe, please come forward. Give us your name and address for the record, and then you'll have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Council President Olivier, members of the Council. My name is Joe Guagliardo, 5414 East Pitt Avenue, Fresno. I'm representing Vegan & Associates and McDonald's Corporation today, speaking relating to the proposed text amendment for Section 2858, I believe it is, regarding the drive-throughs. I'd like to compliment staff, 2728. I'd like to compliment the staff for recognizing the need to correct this portion of the development code as it relates to drive-throughs. The current code limits development of drive-throughs and requires a separation of 400 feet between them. It's one of the few uses in the development code that has a required separation. There's really no justification for such a separation because the conflicts that may exist are not necessarily because of proximity of the uses. As an example, the most egregious example of that is the Dutch Brothers drive-through in northwest Fresno. There was no other drive-through near that, but it was a design issue and a design standard. The staff has recognized, especially as it relates to proximity to freeway on-ramps and off-ramps, the need to correct those separational requirements in the development code. McDonald's is considering a site in West Fresno at Fresno and C that, due to the development requirements of the development code, limit their ability to meet the requirements as proposed in the text amendment. As an example, they cannot take direct access off of Fresno Street because of the design requirements. Similarly, any development on Jensen Avenue, which is an expressway, would not be able to take access from Jensen Avenue and therefore would not be qualified under the text amendment as proposed by staff. We do not think there's any justification citywide for the requirement of the 400-foot separation. However, we think that it's appropriate this time to limit the discussion as it relates to what's before you today. And so with that in mind, we would request that the staff recommendation be amended to remove all site limiting criteria, which would include separation between uses, proximity to residential zone properties, access from the street serving the properties, be eliminated for all properties within 1,000 feet of an on-ramp, off-ramp. We think that addresses the major design issues, allows this item to be heard and resolve outstanding issues that are out there, and simplifies the process. Again, we have additional information that we can share with you if you wish, but in the interest of trying to comply with the requirements of the President, I'll limit my comments. There's other representatives here if you have other questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Our next speaker is Herb Arden. Please come forward. Give us your name and address for the record, and then you also have 3 minutes.
My name is Herb Arden. I live at 2156 West Via Delfini here in Fresno. I'm here for 2 reasons, helping the Heritage Fresno, and also because I am a volunteer over at the water tower on a regular basis for the last 13 years. And this change for the Eaton Plaza master plan to put a basketball court into the area that's now green next to the amphitheater is totally, I feel, irresponsible. They have all sorts of functions going on at the plaza at various times of the year. We have food trucks that are on the plaza on Fridays. We have various groups that meet there. There's a taco truck event this last Sunday, in fact, over there in the plaza area. And when they show movies in the summertime, it's a green area for the students or the kids that are there with their families to play there before they show the movies. And it's a free open area, and by just putting this basketball court in, it's just going to cut down on the green area eventually of that area. We already have parking areas there for the courts and for the police. So we feel that this is that really doesn't do anything for the public as a whole. If you're going to put a basketball court there, you're limiting the kind of people who will be using the facility or the area. And we feel this is totally not appropriate for the area. You do have the Eaton Plaza master plan. It was part of the civic plan that has the city planning department has said they want to change. And I think that this should be pulled out. In August of 2004, August 31st, the Fresno City Council did adopt the Eaton Plaza master plan, and it was approved by that council at the time and the mayor. And then they did build the amphitheater, which was a part of that plan, and I think they spent over $700,000 in working on getting the 6 phases that were to be done, and the only phase that ever was finished was the amphitheater. So it means that they want a civic area for this area. I think that this should be excluded and pulled out and looked at more carefully, and that's the only thing that I'm mainly concerned about. It's just too many people that would be lose public access to that area, and I think that by limiting it just to a basketball court, it's just not going to improve the area in any way, shape, or form. If they want a basketball court, let them put it somewhere else in the downtown area. In fact, you've got the old YMCA downtown. I don't know what they've done with it, but it's still sitting there. You also have some spaces on P Street before you get to Divisadero on left and right sides that are just empty lots. So it'd be better to put them there than to have them downtown. And if you're looking for the people that are living in the apartments on Broadway, Van Ness, and Fulton area, it's going to be a long way for them to come up to the plaza just to play basketball. So I believe that this part of the plan should be pulled out and looked at more carefully. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker will be Douglas Reichert. Please come forward, give us your name and address for the record, and then you'll also have 3 minutes.
Excuse me, Douglas Rickert, 1458 West Chenault, Fresno, California. Good afternoon, council members. I'm here to urge you to remove from today's action item 15, the repeal of the 1966 Civic Center Master Plan development for a later and individual consideration. The consequences of its repeal today are too broad, unknown, and inappropriate for an area that generations of Fresnans have worked towards a specific vision. The stated rationale for the repeal is potential inconsistencies. This is too broad of a term for justifying the repeal of a planning document. What are the specific inconsistencies? How many? 1, 2? Are they minor that could be corrected by simply rewording sections? Are they significant? Should they be spelled out specifically for the council? Potential inconsistencies is too vague. Would you approve a funding request because it was needed to cover potential inconsistencies? Absolutely not. The council would demand specifics, as they should in considering this case. What is the implication for Eaton Plaza? I have personally received an email from Dan Zak stating that the repeal would not include the 2004 Eaton Plaza Master Plan. But minutes from the 2004 meeting in which the council unanimously adopted the plan states that it amends the 1966 Civic Center Plan. Which is it? Will the Eaton Plaza Master Plan still be the legal document after this action? Or will a separate vote be needed to eliminate it or to reinstall it? Is this just an action to allow changes to Eaton Plaza? The council and the public deserve to know the specific consequences of revealing the 1966 plan, especially in the light of the importance of the Eaton Plaza. The Fulton Corridor specific plan and the Downtown Neighborhoods Community Plan recognize Eaton Plaza's unique nature for the area, and illustration in those documents echo the look and feel of the Eaton Plaza Master Plan, questioning what potential inconsistencies really exist. Generations of Fresnans have recognized the importance of Eaton Plaza as a civic center open space. With the historic water tower located on the corner, it deserves a special vision. Over the decades, many stakeholders have spent their free time creating ideas, with the culmination of the 2004 Eaton Plaza Master Plan, and the City Council unanimously agreed. Now, Mr. Rudd has made comments that the expense of completing the Eaton Plaza Master Plan precludes from doing so, but that's not his decision. It's the community's decision and yours. This council serves as both watchdogs and leaders for the community. Today, it is being asked to repeal a development plan without sufficient evidence of the need to do so or the consequences of its repeal. I urge you to remove the repeal of the Fresno Civic Center Master Plan development from consideration for a later and separate consideration. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker will be Larry Taylor. Please come forward, give us your name and address for the record, and you'll also have 3 minutes.
My name is Larry Taylor. I live at 2890 Huntington Boulevard, number 163, 93721. I am here to ask you to remove Plan Amendment Application number A17004, Civic Center Master Development Plan, from your consideration. That's item number 15 on your list. I appeared before the Planning Commission May 17th, wherein Mr. Zak presented this issue to the Commission as though the Eaton Plaza Master Plan was not affected by the repeal of Civic Center Master Development Plan. Mr. Zak said he relied on the City Attorney and the Commission relied on Mr. Zak that Eaton Plaza was not attached to Civic Center. However, Eden Plaza was attached to the Civic Center by the City Council amendment on August 31st, 2004, which you have a copy. Mr. Zach also pointed out that the Eden Plaza block was still zoned as P for parking. However, according to the resolution of August 2004, it directed staff to amend the 66 Civic Center Master Development Plan and other plans as necessary to incorporate the conceptual Eaton Plaza Master Plan. The EPMP definitely shows no off-street parking on that block. I asked for the council to make that change now to designate that one block as a green space park, not as a paved parking lot. At about the same time that EPMP was being designed, the council approved nearly $1.5 million to develop 727 parking spaces at the former promenade space west of Amtrak Station. That's nearly four times the 183 spaces to be removed at Eaton Plaza. And another $26 million was allocated to build a parking structure for 1,573 cars. West side of the convention center. For the history of the Eaton Plaza block, I refer you to my exhibit, Eaton Plaza Master Plan, a 99-year saga. The original funding of the EPMP was $750,000, with $250,000 of that going toward the complete design of the entire block in 5 phases, and $500,000 going to construction phase 1, the amphitheater. So comments from City Manager Rudd regarding the EPMP City Council meeting of February 16th this year under unscheduled communications, where I spoke, that Eaton Plaza, quote, funding was never set aside for the $6.8 million project were untrue. The $750,000 was set aside and used to design the entire EPMP and complete construction of phase 1. I recognize that the city and the nation went through the Great Recession just after completion of phase 1, but the economy seems to be stabilizing. The state of California is beginning to understand the truth, the benefits of downtown open green space.
Hi, Mr. Taylor. Your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you. Here's my presentation copies for you.
Appreciate your comments. Our next speaker.
Any questions? No questions.
Oh, no questions. Thank you. Our next speaker will be Dixie Salazar. Please come forward, give us your name and address for the record, and you will also have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. My name is Dixie Salazar. I have a studio just down the street, 654 Van Ness. I've been a longtime resident of Fresno. I'd like to support the removal of the Civic Center master development from your consideration. I feel very strongly that Eaton Plaza should be kept as a space to be used by all segments of the society. Putting in basketball courts seems to me to be a very male-dominated idea, one put forth mostly by males and would be predominantly used by males. And I think that Eaton Plaza has potential to be used by all different segments of society. Women, I'm here to speak up for women, families, children, other segments of the society who could use that space. I've been told that money was the main reason for making this switch from the original master plan to basketball courts. And it doesn't have to all happen at once. You know, the improvements to Eaton Plaza and to make more of a green space could be something that could be implemented in small stages, so that there really could be a nice place there for use by the community. This is the trend that's going on in most cities now, is to have more green space, and it's hard to understand why you want to pull out existing green spaces and add in more basketball courts. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Kate McKnight. Please come forward, give us your name and address for the record, and then you'll have 3 minutes as well.
Good afternoon, Kate McKnight. My address is 3465 East Princeton, Fresno, 93703. Good afternoon, President Olivier, council members, and staff. I'm here not only as a concerned citizen, but as a lover of downtown. Despite having a failed business in downtown Fresno, I remain a supporter and lover of downtown Fresno. I remain ever hopeful that the revival of downtown will continue and will thrive and will be successful. So therefore, as you can guess, I'm here also to talk to you about Eaton Plaza. Over a period of 70 years, the public's intentions regarding Eaton Plaza have been clear. We're looking to you for your leadership, but also for the remainder of our support of the open green space, which has been previously spoken of, to also understand that a few who want something may not be the best way to make a decision. That we should look at the city as a whole, that we should look at its future. As downtown becomes a thriving place, we need places for people to gather, for festivals, for food trucks, for music festivals, for people to come and eat their lunch during their lunch hour, those who work downtown, those who will live downtown. There are already basketball courts, as has been spoken about previously, so that should be taken into consideration. At no time whatsoever should we look to only the short-term solution, but only for the future. At the same time, we should also respect those of the past. The plan in 2010 was that we continue phase one. On November 14th, however, in 2005, the groundbreaking ceremony was held for phase one of the Eaton Plaza master plan. The grand opening ceremony was held, and then the second phase was ready to begin when it was then canceled at the time. So therefore, all of you, I please ask you to review and consider the repeal of the civic master plan and to support green space in Fresno so that we are no longer 98th on the 99 list of public green spaces. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Kyle Schmidt. Please come forward and give us your name and address for the record, and then you'll have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Council President and City Council members. My name is Kyle Schmidt. I live at 3035 North Ferris Avenue. I'm here to speak on the 3 rezones within the Tower District. I serve on the Tower District Design Review Committee. Our committee had voted against all 3 projects and wanted to clarify reasons why. The 2 properties along Belmont, both owners were proposing different auto-related uses. One, a used car lot, the other, a gas service station that also serves alcohol. Within the Tower District specific plan, there's a community vision about not having auto-only related uses within the Tower District, specifically along our corridors, that commercial uses should serve pedestrian as primary and have auto-related uses to the rear. So that was our reason for opposing the 2 along Belmont. The city-owned facility at Broadway and Elizabeth, our committee had brought up the idea of doing a public park there. There hadn't been any public process yet engaging the neighborhood or our committee about what that city-owned property should be. This rezone to residential, likely to sell to a housing developer, never came to the committee or the kind of neighborhood. So we thought it would take pause and actually reflect into the community about what's the desire for that city-owned property. With that, our committee kind of activated and developed a survey to take to the community. We also reached out and had meetings directly with Oliver Baines and Esmeralda Soria about this topic. Some kind of key snapshots of the survey data that we collected, which was available online, as well as our committee members walked the neighborhood with paper surveys to get responses. And we got 177 responses to the survey. The majority of those, 73% live, work, or go to school within walking distance of the park. 87% of the responses said that a park use would be their first choice. Only 1.2% supported multifamily housing, 3% supported single-family housing. Both multifamily and single-family would be allowed within the proposed zone district. Kind of a major concern within the community is homelessness. Our public spaces do get used by everybody in the public, and homeless and unsavory kind of members of our neighborhood do have a substantial impact, and so that looks at a kind of a systemic issue within our city that homelessness needs to continue to be addressed in a proactive way, that they have an effect on our public spaces, and we shouldn't stop having public spaces just because there are homeless in the city. Related to the financial aspects of building parks, I know it's hard to commit to building a park when you don't know where maintenance money is coming from, so we included some questions around that. 44% of the respondents were interested in joining a improvement district where their property taxes wouldn't be increased to pay for it, and 57% were willing to contribute between $25 and $100 every year for the park maintenance, with many people willing to volunteer as well. I have some survey results and like a map that kind of shows a heat survey around the park. If anybody would like a copy, I emailed a copy to both Baines and Soria. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schmidt. Okay, that does it for the yellow cards. Is there anyone else who wishes to address the council on this item? Please come forward. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Give us your name and address for the record, and then you'll have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, members of the council. My name is Marco A. Zamora, and I own 322 and 340 East Belmont. First of all, I'd like to state that I believe my request is a pretty fair request. I bought this property as a C6 property. I wasn't even informed that it was changed to CMS, which is a very limited use of the property. This property is developed. It's a block building, and it's a developed parking. I believe at one time it was also a car dealership. I know Tower District has some opposition about this, but I believe it's a good fit because all we have around the area is auto body shops, smoke shops. When I first met with Dan Zach after going through different departments, because originally they told me it was going to be a free rezone, and that was back in June or July of last year. But since I was just juggled around departments, it wasn't until I talked to Sal Quintero and then Mr. Oliver Baines that I found out that I could qualify for the free rezone, and I had to pay the $30,000. Well, I believe it's a good fit for the area because I don't think nothing's going to happen within the next 20 years unless we're going to get rid of all the smoke shops, the auto body shops, the homelessness in the area, the hookers, the drugs, the methadone clinics, the halfway houses, producers itself. I was told that my property didn't fit because an environmental impact study was conducted. I don't believe that small neighborhood car lot that I want to do after it gets rezoned and you take it into consideration, I don't think it's going to have a bigger impact than allowing producers on the corner to my left, on the corner of Belmont and Palm. They were rezoned from C6 to industrial. Now, to my right on Ferger, because my property extends to Ferger and Belmont, you also have producers parking 53-foot rigs at the corner of Belmont and Ferger and all the way up to Roosevelt. Now, they go in there with 53-foot rigs into the neighborhood. Now, we're talking about creating a vision of a small urban neighborhood with pedestrians walking and people eating outdoors. If that is the vision, how is producers going to fit in there? If I don't fit, they don't fit. All I'm asking is to take it into serious consideration that I'm proposing a very fair thing, and that is give me CG, which was the old C6. CMS has hardly any usages. I'm not going to build apartments. And I also want to mention that homelessness does not come because you have a car lot or a gas station. Homelessness comes to the area because we have halfway houses, we have methadone clinics, we have mental illness that nobody takes care of. So thank you for listening, and thank you for your consideration, and I ask that you vote in favor of changing it back to CG and allow me to conduct business. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Is there anyone else who wishes to address council? Please come forward. Give us your name and address for the record, and then you'll have 3 minutes.
I think he could have pronounced my name because I did submit a card.
But anyhow, I'm here. My name is Mirna Len, and I represent the Children's Services Network, a nonprofit organization that provides free child care referrals in the county. And I wanted to just to make sure that we are here to support what Dan was talking about this earlier at the beginning of the session. And we really wanted to make sure that those changes in the language, especially for child care facilities, and this in particular, large family child care home facility, that those changes are made to be consistent with the state law. And that's one of the things that we normally support, and we are really grateful that that was happening, because in last year, in about August, we conducted a survey to provide it in the community in collaboration with Child Care Law Center in San Francisco, and find out that providers were not able to submit get a conditional use permit because the burdensome of the application process, as well as the costs involved on that. And we know for a fact in our organization that we keep the child care database supplied, knowing the child care is, we are low in that. We need more providers in the county. We have in the city of Fresno just 300 providers in a child care home. And they do need to, expansion to serve more children in the county. And we're only able to provide about 80% of the population that need child care in the county for the workforce in the county. So we really support that. The other thing that we do oppose, though, is that we just find out that they're going to have a limitation and expiration date. I wanted just to that makes those changes that I don't see why would they put an expiration date. The child care, community licensing, Department of Social Services, the regulatory agencies, they are the one who will issue the license or take away the license. So I think that doesn't make any sense to put an expiration date as long as they follow the guidelines of the Health and Safety Code. And definitely looking forward to find out some of the procedures that policies that were going to be internally to speed process on the application process for submitting a conditional use permit, or even eliminate the conditional use permit, because we don't see why they have to go through that process as well. Thank you for your time.
Are you going to be here for the remainder of this item? Okay, good. Because I may have some questions for you a little bit later. Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to come forward? Please give us your name and address for the record, and then you'll have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Council. Keith Bergthold, 4270 North Blackstone, Fresno Metro Ministry, Better Blackstone. We very strongly favor the text amendments and the zoning map changes that favor Blackstone corridor development. We appreciate your moving on it. Thank you.
You know the drill.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, members of the council. I'm Jeff Roberts. I'm speaking on behalf of myself here today, and the property located at 433 East Sierra, which is a duplex that was built, that I built 30 years ago in District 6 when Rod Anaforian was the council member. I've worked with your staff. They're making a recommendation to take it back to something that was closer to the R2 zoning that was there for many years, and I'm supportive of their efforts, and be happy to answer any questions, but I'm just here in favor of item 14 on your map and text. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else? Members of the public who wish to address this agenda item, please come forward. Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and close public comment and return it to council. Number of council members punched up. First is Member Bain.
Thank you, Council President, and I'm going to try to be concise with my my thoughts here. Several people came up and made comments about things in my district. I know definitely the Tower District Committee, I've met with them. I did get a chance to meet also with Larry Taylor. I think you and I met, so I appreciate you coming down. So I'm going to kind of, and also I met with the gentleman for 340 Belmont. So definitely have had some insight on these issues, and wanted to first off correct the record. from several people who came down here and gave misinformed public remarks. So we definitely want to clean that up first. And I'll do that by asking the city attorney a couple questions if I can. You know, a lot of people talked about the Eaton Plaza plan, Mr. City Attorney. Do we have an adopted Eaton Plaza master plan?
So currently there is no formally adopted Eaton Plaza master plan. There was a document that came before council that was essentially a conceptual plan. However, the proper procedure to have incorporated that into the Civic Center master plan would have been through a plan amendment to Civic Center, which should have been accompanied by CEQA and a planning commission meeting. None of those things happened. I did a search of resolutions and ordinances adopted by the council. There were no resolutions or ordinances adopted by the council that amended the Civic Center master plan to adopt Eaton Plaza as a portion. So my conclusion is that it was never formally adopted as an actual plan.
So in matter of fact, we don't have an adopted Eaton Plaza master plan. So I wanted to get that first so everyone's clear. There's no way to repeal a plan that doesn't actually exist. Sir,
Mr. Rickert,
I'm going to finish my remarks. Thank you.
Mr. Rickert, we have to let Councilmember Baines say his piece. You had your 3 minutes, and now the council is going to weigh in. Thank you for your cooperation.
So that's the first thing I wanted to clarify amongst several. Secondly, just because a lot of people came down here and talked a lot about basketball courts, does any action we do today have anything to do with basketball courts?
No, not in any way whatsoever, one way or the other.
I thought that was the case as well. So I just want council to be clear. This is not about basketball courts, nor is it about repealing a plan that doesn't actually exist. So lastly, and this is my own personal commentary, there are people that actually like basketball, and they do live downtown. Now, most of you, with the exception of Mr. Taylor, don't even live downtown. And you came here today to talk to me and my colleagues about what should occur in a place that you don't even live. And so while we appreciate that, definitely spend some time talking to other folks that live in downtown, that are moving downtown, and actually do want amenities downtown, like basketball. Basketball is, in fact, an amenity, and there are people that like to play it. And finally, just to close this topic completely, there was no removal of green space in the proposed basketball addition at Eaton Plaza. Actually, city manager, correct me if I'm wrong, is there any green space lost with the way that we were rolling this out?
If I can get this thing to work, the basketball courts as currently envisioned, there is one option of 1 or 2. And what we're working on is at least half of it would take up existing asphalt. There would be another half of it or so that could take up some green space. But if you also look at the proposed or that master plan, the fountain takes up as much green space as a basketball court would have.
Yeah. Well, the proposed master plan actually takes, I know, that was one of the considerations. I realized that the actual master plan, as it were, the conceptual master plan, takes up more green space than basketball courts. So with that in mind, I'm not going to be supportive of removing that because we're not here to talk about basketball courts today. This action has nothing to do with basketball courts. We aren't repealing a master plan that was never adopted. So I'm happy to meet with you all, and we can talk about what options do exist, but I have not foreclosed on that. So I'm definitely open to meet, but I want to make sure that we're all talking facts, and we have to get that straight first. And finally, someone mentioned that women don't like to play basketball. Well, I would wholeheartedly disagree with that in the strongest of terms possible. I know many women that like to play basketball. My sister plays basketball. My daughter plays basketball. There's a WNBA. There are exciting basketball tournaments for women all over the world. So I'm not exactly sure where that comment hailed from, but once again, there's nothing really to support that. Women play basketball as well. So I wanted to move on to the concerns I have in the Tower District, which I think are extremely valid. And first, I wanted to, Kyle, can I ask you a couple questions really quick? Because we met, and I want to make sure I know we had 3 issues that we wanted to meet about. And the first one that I want to tick off, because you were the committee, was the one on Belmont and Van Ness, and that was the proposed gas station there. Right. Have you all been able to reconnect with the property owner with that?
Yeah, the owner did come to our committee last Friday with an application, conditional use permit application that included the design of it. With regard to the zone, our committee voted unanimously to oppose the rezone of the property. Mm-hmm. With regard to the design itself, our committee was split at 2-2, which means the vote was to decline. This is a recommendation because it's CUP that would go to Planning Commission.
So really, you didn't have a problem with the design as much as the rezoning, if I understand that correctly.
And the zone had aspects related to the building placement, and so that was what the zone district that we were looking for. That Dan Zach had mentioned that the zone that they've now got, the general commercial, is more of a suburban, shopping center type of zoning. And the CMX zoning is more consistent with the Tower District specific plan.
Okay.
So he could still be, the zone wouldn't allow a service station either way. The rezone would allow a service station. Not rezoning it would not allow it, but he could appeal that decision.
Okay. Dan, let me ask you something really quick. Kyle, stay close though. Don't go too far, because we're gonna chat about all 3 of these. If you're okay. Hey Dan, so yeah. on that one, on Belmont Van Ness, the property owner, if I understand it correctly, and you can certainly correct me if I'm wrong, before the general plan rezone, the property owner would have been able to do what they wanted to do.
Correct.
Right? So the reason now that he has to undergo a rezone is simply because we changed all the zonings in the whole city.
Right.
Now, he would still have to go through a CUP, right?
Yes.
Regardless, because of the type of use he has. So he would not have to do the rezone, but he still would have to do the CUP.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you I just wanted to make sure I had that clear. So on this one, Kyle, and we talked a little bit about it, and I think you kind of know how I fall on this. I wanted you guys to go back and talk with the property owner to see if you could come up with design. Sounds like you guys are split on design either way.
Correct.
But from my perspective, the guy I'm gonna support the rezone because he got a bum deal, basically. So I'll still, we still have the CUP process to work out, which I think he's going to go through, and I'll be happy to work with you all on that and see if how we can smooth that. But I'm not going to oppose the rezone. I just wanted to let you know that one. On our park, I wanted to move to our Broadway and Elizabeth. You came to me the other day, said that really the committee wants to explore using a park, having a park there. Bruce, and what I told, and Kyle, and I want to say this because Bruce is also our parks director, and one of the recommendations I think I made was to at least talk, because I asked Kyle, and they have not yet done any research on how much a park would potentially cost there, what the maintenance would look like, what the design would be. I've already received some letters from people that don't think that that's the right place for a park, but I will say this, it's worth exploration. So it's going to be my position that before we change the zoning, I at least would like to give you all the ability to talk with them in a legitimate discussion. And Kyle, if you all are willing to do the work, and you mentioned the CFD, I told you candidly I don't think that's going to work, but there's no harm in trying. I mean, if you guys are really committed to this, I wanted to give them a shot to work with you all. So I'll make a motion to remove that particular item to allow staff to work with community residents that are interested in exploring a park. But Kyle, understand that if you can't get there, we're going to come back and probably do this again.
I totally understand.
All right. I just want to. And listen, having an opportunity is fair. I think that you all are very, very invested, and you're trying to figure out how to make it work. So I want to at least give you all the shot to make that work with that. And lastly, we're going to Palm and Belmont. So I have the gentleman back there, the property owner, and we talked a little bit about this too, Kyle.
Yeah.
Here's again, and Dan, can I get you back really quick? Because I want to find out if it's the same scenario. What our applicant wants to do, he would have been allowed to do before we came in and.
Correct.
It's the similar situation, right? That would.
Correct.
Okay. So now does he need a CUP? He does need a CUP.
I believe so, yes, even in the CG zone. But
Okay.
it is allowed if a CUP
Right.
is gained.
Right.
Yeah.
So let me tell you where I feel on this one, Kyle. Just because again, you and the committee took the time to come and meet with me. I want to tell you. So he's very similar to the guy on Palm and Van Ness and Belmont, but it's almost a little bit different because we actually did do a carve out for producers, which is literally across the street from this guy. And just as a matter of fairness, it's not fair to exclude him with that.
Mm-hmm.
He would have been allowed to do this use before we did our general plan thing, and I'm not going to oppose the rezone on that one either.
Yeah. I would say the producer's property does have a pretty significant environmental impact on the single-family.
You're right.
So that's something to consider
Well,
long-term.
you are absolutely right about that, and I can assure you that our office is right now we're looking into that. You're absolutely right, and a few things came to my attention over the last month or so. So we're going to be getting in the middle of that and digging down a little bit deeper. But I wanted to let you know firsthand my thoughts on that. I appreciate all the work that you guys do as always. It's a mixed bag. I know you got today.
Yeah.
You're 1 for 3, but
I feel like a winner today. Did any council member want the survey results or the map for your own?
yeah, you can pass it. Sure, you can pass them to us. So council, those are my comments. My one. I'm not going to be in opposition to the rezones as recommended by staff, and the only thing I would ask is we pull the Broadway and Elizabeth rezoning and allow staff the ability to work with the residents to see, to at least do a feasibility study on the park with them. Thanks.
Thank you, Council President. I will keep my remarks pretty short. I echo the sentiments that were just shared by my council colleague, Oliver Baines. He and I share the Tower District, so on some of these same issues, I'm always just paying close attention to what is happening. When I first met with Kyle on the parks issue, I appreciated his energy and did tell him to go out and canvass the community to figure out if that was really an interest, and I think that they brought up a good idea. I think the timing is right to be having this conversation as we're having the Parks Master Plan discussion. This could definitely be part of the discussion, and so I appreciate the enthusiasm, and really it's actually really neat to see that there is a tremendous interest in the district. As someone that represents the Tower District, we don't have much green space in that area, so if this is a potential opportunity where we can invest, maybe not now, but plan for the future, I think that it's a good endeavor. So thank you for bringing that to our attention and getting the community activated. And then I want to thank the staff for working with my office on there's some text amendments that will help and benefit business that wants to come on the corridor of Shaw and 99. So I know that we have been in communication about it for months, and we wanted to meet a deadline. So I want to thank you guys for the work that you guys have been doing to meet those deadlines and assure the new potential business owner to be able to go in that corridor. So I appreciate the work, and that's it. Thank you.
All right, Dan, I want to ask a couple quick questions. Could you give me a refresher on where we're at then citywide with drive-throughs and the space required between drive-throughs, so on and so forth?
Right, the standard spacing requirement is 400 feet. And so the proposed text amendment would keep that in place in most areas, but would remove it near freeway off-ramps where the auto access is really good, and that seemed to make sense to have a higher concentration there. Those areas are usually where auto-related uses cluster, and so that would be the change if approved today.
And I've taken a couple meetings over the last couple months about these issues, and Joe just a minute ago alluded to a real drive-through problem I have in District 2. So that would allow the drive-through to be a second drive-through within that frame at Shaw and 99. Is that right? The Starbucks drive-through?
Yeah, within what is it, 1,000 feet of the ramp, yes.
So 1,000 feet from the ramp, we're essentially waiving this 400 feet barrier between drive-throughs.
Correct.
Okay. And then the one that Joe's been talking about with McDonald's, that one would then also be allowed to add a drive-through.
So, yeah, that's within the spacing of the Fresno Street, Highway 99 off-ramp.
Okay. So the way we're helping some of these folks is by they're close enough to a freeway off-ramp that we're creating a secondary subset of that regulation that allows for that.
Right, so it carves out in limited areas where it seems to make the most sense, it carves out an exception to that limitation.
Okay. But you still feel a need to keep the 400-foot spacing between drive-throughs as a standard?
Yeah, there are, impacts that can be associated with drive-through, and having an overconcentration generally is not ideal. And so, we would support leaving the rest of it as is, but we think this exception by the freeway off-ramps makes a lot of sense.
Okay, cool. Thank you, Dan.
Yeah,
Joe, you kind of moved forward. I wanted to call you back up anyway. So did you have some additional thoughts on this?
Thank you, Councilmember Brandow. Joe Guagliardo, 5414 East Pitt. In response to Dan's point, indeed, it does create opportunities, but specifically the McDonald's situation I was talking about at Fresno Street, due to site development requirements within the development code and the lot frontage, that property cannot take access directly off Fresno Street. And the way the staff recommendation is written, that site would not qualify under the exception that's being provided. And so that's why I was proposing an amendment earlier that would waive all locational criteria relating to the drive-throughs.
Still within the 1,000 feet?
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct. And
yeah, Oliver's got a question too.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you. And you know what, Joe, I made a note to myself to talk about that, and I glanced over it. Thanks, Steve. Can I ask Dan a question?
Yeah, I was going to ask him too, so call him back up too.
Joe, can you stay close? But Dan, I want to ask a question about what's being recommended here. Because Joe, what you want us to do was remove the 400-foot requirement.
What I had requested in my presentation, council member, was that the staff recommendation be amended to remove all locational criteria. So the access issue or the access point that the staff recommendation is that, as an example, we'd have to come off Fresno Street. If we didn't take access off Fresno Street, it doesn't qualify per the staff recommendation. And so we're saying that requirement we don't think is appropriate. As an example, also for properties off of Jensen Avenue. Jensen Avenue is an expressway. Even if they're within 1,000 feet, they wouldn't be able to take direct access off of Jensen, so they wouldn't qualify under the staff exception. That's why, and then in addition, there's another locational criteria within that same section that relates to proximity of drive-throughs to residential zoned properties. As an example, where the McDonald's is proposed at Fresno and C, there are residential zone properties that are developed with commercial uses. So per the other portions of the development code, the McDonald's still wouldn't be able to allow to develop with the staff recommendation. So that's why we requested an amendment that said within 1,000 feet of the drive-through, the locational criteria be eliminated, the separation from residential, the 400-foot separation, and the added requirement that staff has added, which is the access off the street that serves the on and off ramp.
Dan, I need you to I'm inclined to listen to some of these recommendations. What's the rationale behind what you guys are doing? And let me thank you again, Councilmember Brandow, for letting me jump back in on this.
Yeah,
I
go
promise.
for it.
I just want to just hear this out, and then I'm going to give it right back to you.
The Jensen related item that the that Joe mentioned, that's related to the classification of Jensen. However, I believe Jensen is now a super arterial in the new general plan land use and circulation map. So I'm not sure if that applies, but that's not actually a restriction in the development code. That's a public works restriction for expressways, if I'm understanding it correctly. Now, regarding the required spacing from residential, there is, in addition to the concentration standard of 400 feet separation between drive-throughs, there is another separate standard that requires spacing from residential. I think that's 100 feet. And so that's to keep the drive-through from sitting right next to somebody's house. There can be noise,
I can understand
fumes,
that. Yeah.
and things associated with that. So there are some properties that would benefit from being within the 1,000 feet of the ramp and being able to go forward, but which still may be excluded because they might be right next to a house or another residential property, and they come into conflict with that other requirement. And so that's what he's referring to. So, and we are not proposing any changes to the residential spacing requirement of which I believe is 100 feet.
But I don't think Joe's worried about the residential changes. Are you, Joe?
Yeah,
Is that the one are you worried about both, or?
Yeah, I think that would kill the project as well, right?
We are concerned about all of them, Councilmember, because that would, as I said, the Fresno Street property has.
Is it within 100 feet of residences?
It was within 100 feet of residential, and in fact, the property to the southeast, which is developed with a commercial use, is zoned residential, and part of the question we have, and what I had talked about, the broad overreaching questions we have about the development code in general as it relates to drive-throughs. There's no clear understanding within the development code about what that 100-foot represents. Is it the property itself that can't be within 100 feet? Is it the facility itself that can't be within 100 feet? Is it the drive-through lane that can't be within 100 feet? So it's not clear, and we don't think this is the appropriate opportunity to be talking about trying to rewrite the entire development code as it relates to drive-through location.
Let me just say this, Joe, really quick. Dan, I think we need to, this is one I wrote down and I skipped over it. Sorry about that, Joe. But Dan, I think we need to pull this one back too and talk about this a little bit more. I'm familiar with the project that they're doing. I don't know if that's where you were going, Steve.
No, that's not exactly where I was.
Yeah, I don't think that we should pull it. I think at minimum, I don't know what you guys will propose, but at minimum, I think we can bring back the issue and present and try to resolve it. But I'd like to be able to move forward with the text amendment because I have a business that is trying to come in and it's time sensitive.
Starbucks.
And so that's why I had.
So how do we do this, city attorney, where I want to give staff some time to, I don't want to kill this project. I want to help, obviously, the other project too. What is a way we can frame something where we can work this out?
You could go ahead and approve it as proposed today and then come back with another change, or potentially you could remove all of the restrictions today.
What Councilmember Soria, you were concerned about a project in your district, so
yeah.
removing all restrictions help your project or hurt your project?
Yeah, I think that would still help my project.
Okay, well then, Councilmember Brandau, was that the direction you were going? To remove all restrictions?
I was considering removing all restrictions citywide today.
Okay.
So that's what I was considering. So I'm going to ask a couple more questions, but
you have the floor back. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Steve.
Okay. So, but I want to use Joe's as an example. The 100-foot from someone's house restriction, is that the building? So if he puts in a McDonald's there, could you put the drive-through on the far side of the McDonald's and you don't have a problem with that? Or is it the lane of the drive-through, or is it the building that supports a drive-through?
Right. While you all were discussing the issue, I pulled up the actual code language on my phone so I could make sure to quote it, Section 152728, drive-through facilities. Section B, separation requirements. So B2 is what we're talking about today, and that's the spacing between drive-throughs. But B1 is the residential requirement, and what it says, from residential districts, drive-throughs shall not be located within 100 feet of a residential district. And so it's not talking about the house building per se, it's talking about the residential district. So that would be a property that's zoned residential. So it's not, so it would be from the drive-through itself to the property line where the zoning becomes residential. And that's the distance that you would measure. So sometimes the residences are right by the property line. Sometimes there's quite a setback, and the home is maybe 50 feet away because it butts up against the backyard, and so you've got more space there between the actual home and where the residential zoning begins. But sometimes they're very close.
So it's the property line. It's not the home,
Mhm.
and it's the drive-through, not the building that supports the drive-through.
right.
Okay. And that's at 100 feet. And is that pretty standard in the planning community?
Yeah, the concentration issue, some cities, do that, some cities don't. The residential spacing is pretty common because of the noise and the exhaust and certain other impacts that can happen. So that's very common.
Okay.
Not universal, but common.
And then when you go down, so in my mind, I guess I have to revisit in my mind. I'm thinking of different areas of town, specifically Shaw, as you approach 99. Currently, we have a 1,000-foot rule, or no, currently we do not have that 1,000-foot rule that would allow for additional drive-throughs.
Right.
But aren't there facilities that are closer than 400 feet together that have drive-throughs, and would they just be grandfathered
They're
in?
grandfathered in,
so
yeah.
You're talking about moving forward then?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
So things that are already there that were established legally in the past, no problem. They can stay as long as they want. But the question is, can new ones come in or not?
Okay. And then do we have a regulation that talks about what type of streets drive-throughs can go on? I heard you mention Jensen being a super arterial.
Right.
Are they only allowed on, is Bullard an arterial, Herndon an arterial?
There's nothing in this, the development code drive-through section that regulates that. I believe that's a public works standard, but I can't say that with certainty. I apologize. But that rule is elsewhere. That's not in this section of the development code that we're talking about today. The amendment that we are proposing today, however, the 1,000-foot exception to allow more uses to more of these drive-through uses to concentrate near the freeway ramps. One caveat that it says is that the access for the drive-through would be taken from the street that has the freeway access. So, for example, in the Shaw example, you could be within 1,000 feet of the Shaw off-ramp, and you have to take your access from Shaw, as opposed to letting them kind of encroach into the neighborhoods or the side streets is the idea.
Well, sometimes the way these shopping centers and buildings are laid out, even though you're leading up to an on-ramp, it really ends up, in some occasion, that the best place for the drive-through entrance is off of the main arterial, I would think.
Right, and the exception that we've written actually encourages it. So we're saying, yeah, if you're within X feet of or 1,000 feet of the Shaw off-ramp, we want you to take your access from Shaw.
Okay, and then just at the basic philosophy of drive-throughs, what's the general philosophy that the city of Fresno is looking at in planning when it pertains to drive-throughs? We want to encourage more drive-throughs. We want to discourage drive-throughs. We want them in certain areas, on certain types of streets.
Yeah, in areas where it's an appropriate use and there's not compatibility problems, then yeah, absolutely, they're allowed. But in other areas where there might cause impacts, being right next to residential or in a more pedestrian-oriented kind of area, then they're discouraged or limited, or there are design parameters. So, for example, like the mixed-use zones, they're allowed, but we're trying to get pedestrian activity going, so we're just saying don't put them between the building and the sidewalk, right? Put them on the side, but they're allowed. So sometimes they're not allowed if it's right by residential. Other times there's just, yeah, you can do it, just change the design.
Okay. And thanks, Dan. Keith, do you mind coming forward? And I doubt that you planned I was going to call you up on this, but you never know when you walk in this building,
That's right?
So what are your thoughts, Keith, as far as drive-throughs, say, for instance, on Blackstone? As Blackstone is getting some extensive zoning work done, and so what are your thoughts on drive-throughs?
You know, generally speaking, I kind of agreed with the ordinance before, but I think that we probably need to test out BRT for a while on Blackstone just to see, you know, because we're talking about a whole different corridor, right, that's happening. And I think that the code, the way it's written right now, kind of reflects that we're kind of trying to discourage a lot of auto stuff where we're starting to replace that with more bus rides and other kinds of vehicles. So it'd be nice to give it a chance. I can see why you might want to make some minor changes in some places to, especially along freeways and things like that. Those are definitely, you know, automobile dominated and that sort of thing. But I'd give your bus rapid transit corridors a chance to work for a while.
I see. So you'd see additional drive-throughs conflicting with that.
It could potentially, yeah. And with the pedestrian nature of the street, right? We're moving from more of a 100% auto domination to one that's kind of a mixed modal thing, right? And you kind of want to give that a chance.
Okay. Thanks, Keith.
You bet.
I appreciate that. Did you have more questions you wanted to jump in, or? So, let me say, here's what I want to do today.
Hang on a second. Steve, City Attorney, can you explain to Member Brandow as you formulate what you want to do, what you explained to me?
Yes. After conferring here, really about as far as we can go today is approve what's being proposed today to remove or create certain exceptions near the freeways. A wholesale removal of all the requirements, all the regulations would need to go to the Planning Commission first.
Okay.
So council could make a motion to approve this today and give direction to return as soon as possible with the text amendment to remove the remaining restrictions.
Yeah, and that makes sense. But and actually I took meetings on both of these examples that we had today, and so I was more aware of those specific examples. But then I really wanted, as the conversation developed, I kind of wanted to understand more what planning was thinking about as they roll out regulations. So, and I don't mind doing that. I'm actually going to request that we take a deeper dive into drive-throughs in the future, maybe give our planning department some time to get ready for us on that. But my motion today, what's that? Well,
I've got it.
yeah, maybe beginning with the workshop, but with an action item at the end of the workshop, because if we feel like we need to change the development code to allow, I mean, that's what we would do. So I'll ask for that. That's not super time sensitive. But then today, my motion's going to be to allow the relaxing of these regulations within 1,000 feet of the on-ramps, including the relaxing of the regulation of which road that the drive-through's facing on, and the 100-foot barrier between residential property lines, still within that 1,000 feet of an on-ramp. And I believe that takes care of both of the examples that were brought for us today. Is that correct? Dan, can I just ask you, does that take care of both of the examples that were brought forward today?
Yes.
Yeah.
Are you, well, is that your motion?
Yeah.
Okay. And, okay, can you repeat the motion for me, please?
Okay.
So that it's clear, and then I may ask you to add something on.
Okay.
I'll second the motion the way it is now.
Okay.
Well, council, we do have a main motion pending.
So who's the maker of the motion? Member Baines?
Councilmember Baines.
No, he didn't. He jumped in my line of questioning.
Can we split this out? Can we split this item out of the entire item?
Oh, you mean he made a motion concerning
whole-
everything today?
Yes.
Oh, the entire presentation today. Okay, then I'm gonna Then
You could call for separate votes on each of the items if you'd like and treat them independently.
yeah,
Can we do that? Is that the president's prerogative? Can we do
Yes.
that? Okay, then that's what we'll do. We'll take them all separately. So what does that do to the motion?
So then my motion stands.
I think essentially we need to start over. I
Okay.
think we need him in here to confer with him.
Here he is. Member Baines, Member Brandau wanted to offer a motion for this particular item as it has to do with the drive-throughs. What I would like to do is to take each item individually, which would essentially, yeah. Well, we want to take this one. There's no way we can just split this one out and then vote on the balance of them. It's
You can
either
do that.
all or
We could do that.
Okay, then we'll do that. So we'll have, and asking you if we can do this, we can.
You made a
Member
motion
Baines'
earlier.
motion will stand, and the second will stand for the 14 other items, and I'm going to split this one out, and then we're going to have a motion, a second, and vote separately on the drive-through item. Is that correct?
With the agreement of the maker of the motion, yes.
If you'll consent to that, then we can split this one out and take it separately.
Council President, would you be amenable to a 5-minute recess?
Absolutely. I would. After, I would like to, we have myself and Member Bredefeld want to offer comments. Can we offer comments briefly, and then we can take a recess, and you can work out what you have to work out?
Thank you.
Okay, absolutely. All right. I just had a couple of comments here that I was writing some notes, and this item reminds me of back in when we did the gas stations for the general plan, and I became uncomfortable with the. I think there was a line in there that said that there could be no gas station within 500 feet of a BRT stop, which effectively banned gas stations along our BRT corridors, which includes Blackstone. And you know the fact is, and I'm. The fact is that whether we like it or not, places like Blackstone and Belmont, even McKinley, are where you go to get body work done and shocks changed. And I mean, those are very valuable and productive parts of our city in terms of offering auto service to people and affordable auto service as well. And so I think it was important to maintain the gas stations on Blackstone Avenue. And so with this, I've taken the same meetings that my colleagues have on these two projects, and I'm very sympathetic with what's going on. Now, I asked my staff to call a number of cities, and they were, and I've texted them and asked them to bring their research out to me, but they were unable to find another city that had done this. And so I guess my question for Mr. Zach is, what I understand is that what's a city block? I mean, city blocks and differ in size in terms of feet. 300 feet is a city block. What's a typical city block like along Blackstone in terms of feet?
200 to 500 feet.
Okay, 200 to 500 feet.
Yeah, now that wouldn't be the signalized intersections, though that's more like 1,500 feet. But the side streets, the neighborhood streets,
Sure.
that's 200 to 500.
Okay, 200 to 500 feet.
Yep.
So we're talking about if we stick with prohibition of drive-throughs for 450 feet, you're talking about entire city blocks that we're not going to have drive-throughs. My question for you is, why was this included? Because we're not talking about just fast food here. So if there's a dry cleaners that has a drive-through, we can't approve. This code prohibits us from putting any drive-through within 450 feet on each side of the dry cleaners. So if there's a Wells Fargo and then there's a dry cleaners, I mean, we're not just talking about Starbucks here, we're talking about small business. I think an onerous prohibition on small business, especially on our busy streets like Blackstone and like McKinley. So this isn't just fast food we're talking about. So I guess my question for you is, you mentioned that there's an over-concentration that's not optimal. To who? I guess my question for you is, it's not optimal for who? And what agencies determined what the optimal concentration is? Is there a committee or some kind of state law that says the amount of drive-throughs and how close a city should place them?
I think, there's history with this item, and I think I'd be more comfortable getting into it with a little bit of time to research how the current provisions were developed and the research that went into it, and then some of the pros and cons of either way, so that you guys are able to consider all that. I wasn't prepared to answer that particular question. That particular regulation was in very early drafts of the development code, and I'll be honest,
And
on
that,
the fly
that
here,
person who wrote that is no longer employed by
I'm
the
not
city,
sure
right?
of the origin of it, so
Right.
we can get that information because there was everything had a reason, but right here in this moment, I'm not sure of that particular reason.
Well,
have to
I
admit.
think that what council is going to do, we're going to take a quick break here after Member Bredefeld, but I think what council's going to do is we're going to allow you that time to come up with those reasons. Why? Because I think that what's happened here is that council realized, I believe that prohibiting gas stations within 500 feet of a BRT stop was a mistake, and that's why Mayor Swearingen and her administration was happy to remove that on the night that we did the general plan. I also think that that this entire package of regulations in terms of drive-throughs is a mistake, and I think that council is beginning to realize that it's a mistake because it's onerous on small business. Fresno is a bustling, big, the 34th largest city in the United States. It's not Westlake Village, and it's not Irvine. And so our constituents demand to have access and easy access to banks, dry cleaners, Starbucks, and McDonald's, because we're a city on the move. We're not a city that's trying to hide the fact that we're on the move and that we're busy and we're in a hurry. And so I don't want to see this mistake made again. Not again, but I just don't want to see this mistake made. So I'm going to be supporting the motion. I look forward to this coming back and getting those questions answered.
Happy to
do it. So with that, I will support the motion, and I appreciate it. And Member Bredefeld, you're next. Thank you, staff.
Question for you. So we have the 100-foot residential requirement for the drive-throughs.
Correct.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's my only concern. If that's removed, you can have a drive-through abut someone's backyard, correct?
Correct, or which that might put the house 50 feet away. It could also abut the side yard, which might put the house 5 feet away, depending on how it all lays out.
Right. And I'm thinking of Nees and First Street, where you have Secure Chaya. That's a development area that's developing. He's looking to put all kinds of projects there. And if you remove the 100-foot requirement, you literally could potentially have a drive-through that is abutted to the back fence of a house. And so that is a concern for me. The other requirements that people want to move in terms of the businesses and highways, I have no problem with. But I'm very concerned about the residential, and I think as a council we ought to be concerned about a 100-foot residential requirement. That's something we ought to keep. It sounds good to just remove them all, but there are implications when you're talking about residential areas, and I can guarantee you if we remove that 100-foot requirement, we will have a place full of people here when they try to put something in one of our districts. I know it'll happen in mine, and we will have a major fight opposing a development. I don't think we want to do that. So I would say that we should keep the 100-foot residential requirement. I think it's a fair requirement. The other requirements that you want to remove, I'm fully supportive. But the residential, I think we need to be very sensitive, and we need to keep that.
Thank you, Member Bredefeld. Well, the screen is clear, and I think that we're ready to vote. Member Chavez, are you good or?
Yeah, I had a quick-
we're not gonna take a vote. We're gonna take a 5-minute break.
Okay.
So let's take
after,
maybe
right?
make your comment, and then when you're finished speaking, we'll take a 10-minute.
So,
recess.
quick question, City Attorney. So, with the concerns that Councilmember Bredefeld just mentioned, if we removed all of the restrictions, would there still be an option to discuss a project during the CUP process?
Well, one thing we can do, if all the restrictions are removed here, the council could say that those determinations shall be made as part of the development permit approval process, which would go before DARM and potentially could be appealed to council.
And is that something that would work, Member Bredefeld?
for me, I think we need to keep just that residential requirement. I mean, we can remove all of the requirements, could we not, City Attorney, except the 100-foot residential?
Yes, you could.
So we could keep that. And again, I think it's a fair requirement. It's one that protects our homeowners. And again, I can assure you, if we remove that, there will be an issue, and it won't be long before we see it in one of our districts, and this place will be packed, and we will have a major fight.
Well, let me respond to that real quick, and then but Member Bredefeld, I would submit to you that we should remove the 100-foot restriction, and then as individual projects come to council, we can have that discussion and protect those residents on a case-by-case basis. I'm wary of blanket regulations that in a climate where our offices, rightly or wrongly, are stuffed with people that are complaining about the business friendliness of our organization, that we could just remove everything and then take them on a case-by-case basis. Because I also share your concern about the proximity to housing as well.
I hear that concern. We have a different point of view on this. I mean, I don't think we hurt businesses by keeping the 100-foot requirement for residential. But, that's just a different point of view.
I just wanted to add, Council President, that if we were to remove all the restrictions today, again, the text amendment would have to go back to the Planning Commission. I would submit to my colleagues that we vote on, the motion that was made, and we can take a recess to figure that out, but that we don't strip all the restrictions today, just because we can, but it would have to go back to the Planning Commission. And I'm working on a timeline with Starbucks that wants to come into my district.
Okay. With that, we'll take a little break and come right back. Thank you all for your patience.